Alrighty. Okay. Just a lovely day of playing some more Rogue Trader.
Now that's interesting. Onward to victory.
None are better at searching.
Operation successful. Searching is my observance. This explorator is blessed with
Aim for the heart
Trophy.
next time.
You will fall!
Alright, and I have Mara's Eye here too.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
Let's set this in motion. I know what to do.
Okay.
Poised for action. As said, a costly mistake. They won't expect this. Angelic dare my wrath. I know what to do.
Why did that... Okay. The game just canceled my attack. That's annoying.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'll paint your day.
Easy. You are clearly outmatched. That's how it's done. Done and done. I said, so done. That's how it's done. They won't expect this. As said, so contemplate your weakness. Didn't see that one coming, did you? A costly mistake.
Okay, well, I can't get over there, so
I
honestly, I
defy the
think I will
outcome.
do this. Which should hit all of them, right? Yeah.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I am not your Xenos pet, Mother.
I will savor your delight.
My Emperor, deliver us!
I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see it done.
Stand my vengeance! You will not withstand my vengeance!
Caught by the web.
My revenge will be delectable.
many jumps do I have? I have no idea. What is my...
Death is a blessing.
Easy.
Two.
Done and done. Didn't see that one coming.
Kybella? What's happening? What the fuck was any of that? Why did she dash 4 million miles into fucking nowhere?
Calculated Fury algorithm.
That just looked goofy.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
A costly mistake. Done and done. Let's set this in motion. A costly mistake. I said, so done. That is how it's done. All souls cry out for salvation. Let's seize the moment.
I thought there was a trap here. Did I already disarm it? No.
Keep a sharp eye.
You might make a decent Drukhari, cousin, if you could find the strength to admit that your path is a delusion and follow in our footsteps.
Perhaps. Perhaps if the Elantark had not accepted me into his circle, I would have become like you and lost myself completely. But now I have hope. So spare me your futile words, cousin.
Okay, cool. There's no more traps. Good. Talk to
Forge ahead. Never
this
linger.
bud over here.
Watch your steps.
So I need 500 to get to Zealot. Okay. And we've been through all this before.
Stay sharp.
Okay. Oh, I should just make sure I save here. Just in case of
Venture forth.
any BS. So, one thing I've been... Oh, right, he's got his whole BS he's doing in his off time. Yeah, no thank you.
Onward to victory.
Okay. Okay, so now we're back to where we were actually at, and hopefully we can get the fuck out of here, because God... I'm just gonna skip this time.
I will not die in dishonor.
Okay, yeah, sure, I guess I'll go with something like that.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I have read tomes of military tactics.
I bring agony.
If I may.
I know what to do.
Woe to you.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Your last stroke of luck. You will pay for this blood.
My reckoning will be swift. If I must. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
You call this
Feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Huh? What are these abilities?
I will drag you into
Jesus.
oblivion with me.
Oh, his eye is like already dead.
Aim for the heart next time.
Okay.
Trust me. I will not die in dishonor. I shall not fail. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure. The shadows will see it done,
Don't love that they both
as honor
parried that.
ordains.
See, fucking what the hell? Do they have something that's giving them an insane high parry? No? That's annoying. There we go.
I shall not fail.
I'll make you. Savor this pain. Fuel the rage.
Alright. Stop with the piss beams. Hmm. 58% chance to hit, which is not great. I come over here and hit. 93 is a much better chance.
One step ahead.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Witness my resolve.
Woe to you.
Consider that off limits. They won't expect this. Easy.
Oh shit. Don't hit Cassia, don't hit Cassia, don't hit Cassia.
Didn't see
Okay,
that one
thank
coming,
God.
did
Are
you?
you a traitor or a fool?
I know what to do. Contemplate your weakness.
Okay, over here.
Explorators know one route. Forward.
Pop you.
Request approved.
You. And you.
Your last stroke of luck. I will drag you into oblivion with me. Perfect killing strike. Behold.
Okay.
Don't distract me. And why would I do that?
Oh, you can only go through. Oh. That sucks. It looks so stupid when they come off like that. Alright,
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Let's set this gun and That's how it's done. As said, so done.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Sure. Okay.
I know what to do. As said, so easy.
You will pay for this in blood.
Let's set this in motion.
I can taste my blood.
They won't expect this. I know what to do.
Is here.
As said, so done. Let's set this in motion.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Okay. I mean, this is going much better than
There is only death.
previously.
Yours or mine.
If it serves your cause. I'll deal death with my hands. I am not your Xenos pet, Monty.
Okay. They're making their way up.
Trust me. Death comes in silence.
I suppose I'll have Kybella take care of these guys down here.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Costly mistake.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
Oh no.
Death is a blessing.
With purpose. Easy. Contemplate your weakness. That's how it's done. As said, so done.
Heavy is the tread of his blade.
battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Hmm. Or I could just hit her for a
They
million.
won't expect this.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
I know what to do.
If I may,
Yet iron knows no pain.
An unworthy soul. If I must. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
Oh crap, she gets to go again immediately? Yeesh.
I am not your Xenos pet, monk. An offering of blood. I shall not fail. Trust me. Come. The other side awaits.
I defy you.
Okay, no characters are directly nearby me,
I
so I
said
can just
so
do this.
done. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Contemplate your weakness. I know what to do.
I suppose I'll just activate this. Hell of it. Get a ton of extra armor.
Martyrdom is a reward. Running binaric override. My vow is to serve.
Savor this pain. Fuel the rage. It is handled. With grace. What a useless plaything. Broken already?
Thank God, that's finally fucking over. Okay. Okay, we should go. The mandrake's words are barely comprehensible. The creature is clearly not accustomed to the tongue of its dark kin. The Draken didn't offer a Vordids. The Draken must become the sacrifice. Arazai places a hand on his weapon. His voice sounds calm, but his gaze is tense as he peers at the dark creature before him. You should not have crawled out of the abyss that your wretched kind call home. Consider our pact broken. Nazrakai did not hold up his end of the bargain, so I had to finish the job myself. The result matters not. The sacrifice will be made. The mandrake's head turns to you. Make the sacrifice, monkey. The tribe never relents. The tribe will find you. I certainly hope that our partnership is worth it, Marazai. Keeping you around is costly. He's keeping you. Oxarden. Senseless creature. The tribe will find you. The tribe will have its sacrifice. Okay. Well, that went much better. Sure, I'll take Hammer of the Emperor, I guess. Or Medicae. Sure. Oh, whoops. I thought I... Wrong person. Well... sure, I'll take Blood Oath. Demolition, why not? Sure. Damage. Sure. Seems pretty decent. Take more persuasion, I guess.
Marching ahead.
Okay, and that's Act 3 done.
With the physical horrors of Camorra behind them, a long and arduous journey, possible only with the help of a Xenos guide, lay ahead for the rogue trader and his party. From one strange destination to the next, through unknowable environments, the mere sight of which could drive one to madness. Despite the challenges, they managed to escape the labyrinthian webway and find their way back home.
Oi, who are you lot? You're not bandits, are you? And chumming around with inhuman scum, no less. Begone, you lanky freak. I compel you in Saint Ignatius's name, in Saint Nicomedes Keefe's name, in Saint Drusus's name. Is the monkey possessed or simply mad? Hi there. I'm master of this planet. Blessed throne, you're joking me. His lordship he's here backwoods. What an honor. A big ol' honor this is. I'm just a lowborn, a small, humble man. I've only ever seen your illustrious visage on the holy icons in the temples of the capital. I need a shuttle and some means of contacting the astropathic choir so I can summon my void ship here. In a jiffy, your lordship, please be welcome to our flying ferry. It's right over yonder in the brush. It's also where our expedition's Vox Wizard is staying. Will your capital offer protection? I do not wish to exchange one prison for another. Will that there chatty mug be flying to the capital with you, your lordship? He's got an awful big mouth. He looks like trouble. Yes, the Xenos is coming with me, as my guest. Oh, this won't end well. With guests like these, better grab them by the floppers and to the pyre. Earn them right quick. And that's why 40K has been at war forever. 'Cause there's no chance of peace. Oh, I sure have a lot of party members now. Welcome to the bridge, Lord Captain. Like the rest of the crew, we are overjoyed by your return and thank the Emperor for it. The crew stares in awe and terror at the giant towering over the crowd. Some make the sign of the Aquila on their chests, others collapse to their knees with a prayer to the God Emperor on their lips. This wave of pious shock does not seem to discompose Ulfar in the slightest. He just chuckles into his beard and glances around curiously. Marazai's presence alone is enough to elicit gasps of dismay and whispers from the crowd. The Drukhari ignores all monkey reactions to his person and surveys the ship's bridge, examining every detail with ostentatiously cool interest. His markedly casual posture is belied by the subtle and unusual tension in his body. Heinrich von Kallax approaches you. He is not looking his best. It seems he has not slept in quite a while. Oh, Heinrich. Lord Captain, allow me to express how glad I am that you've rejoined us, alive and unharmed. Shireen, light of my eyes, I am overjoyed to see you among us once more. Truly the Exalted One is merciful for showing you the way back home. I hope all the Ashmags who left us to languish without our Lord Captain have already become food for the warp demons. Lord Captain, I'm so glad to see you. I nearly lost it when you up and disappeared on me. I was getting by on stimulants and recaf. I barely slept. Also, I could keep listening to the whispers for any clue on how to find you. The only other time I felt so powerless was when Lady Theodora... Pardon me, Lord Captain, I'm talking nonsense. That is quite enough fawning and fussing. I wish to return to my duties immediately. But the crew is overcome with joy and gratitude to the God Emperor. Nonetheless, your will is absolute. Lord Captain, the senior officers will report to you shortly. In your absence, we received a number of astropathic messages and dispatches that demand your attention. Good old Nomos. Hello. Nomos have come to welcome you back. We sense that a great deed has been done, a vivid imprint on existence. You did something very important. What was it? I escaped from a dark city of the Xenos and showed them mercy. It suits you. We see in you light and connections without the urge to destroy. Did Nomos say it correctly? The servitor chorus, which sounds as a single voice, falls silent. Nomos appears to be waiting for your response, in eager anticipation. I'm glad that you're learning to understand me, Nomos. Nomos are glad too. We must go now. We will come to speak with you later. We felt sadness when we could no longer communicate with you, and were worried about your fate. One can detect with the naked eye the moment when Nomos leaves the bridge. The servitors stop moving in sync and slowly shuffle off to their posts. Okay. The high factotum. What's up, buddy? Camera sure is panning. There we go. Your Lordship, I must report highly compromising information about a member of your retinue, namely Mistress J. Hadari, who it turns out is nothing of the sort but a commoner, a fugitive from the law, and a deserter from the Imperial Guard. I have solid evidence to prove it. I want to know the details. I may have overlooked some nuances, but I have solid evidence that the person whom we presently know as J. Hadari served in the 19th Ifrit Regiment and was identified as the perpetrator of numerous instances of theft and smuggling, as well as desertion. And this individual is not of noble birth, but of the lowest origins. How did you come to know of this? In your lordship's absence, the burden of watching over the dynasty's treasury fell upon my shoulders. I deemed J. Hadari the likeliest threat to the dynasty's material security. I had my people conduct an investigation, and they uncovered a past connection between Hadari and an individual by the name of Mercy, a highly influential figure in the Casbalai Commission with a dangerous reputation. Fearing that the predatory interests of the Casbalaika would pose a threat to your coffers, I began my own investigation. It was entirely reasonable to suspect collusion of some kind between Hadari and Mercy, And so my suspicions were confirmed. The two were connected. It was from Mercy's associates that I acquired the compromising intelligence on Hidari. I wish to see Jay Hidari. We have something to discuss. Shopped me, did ya, little wannabe questor? Jay's voice and bearing undergo a stark transformation. Biting soldier slang cuts through her typically gentle speech. Don't miss a thing, your servants, Bulk. And they're sneaky as, too. They'll climb up a Grox's arse to find out what they want to know. I think we need to talk about your past. Only if this scum slings his hook.
Well, your lordship, ask away. I'll tell it like it is. I'm not going to try to wriggle out of it.
Okay, so tell me the real story.
So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock. And the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16. And then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Ifrit Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie. But the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Astra Militarum. Just a shitload of hard labor. And fighting. And deals. And shady connections. And new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time. Until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamento Munitorum. So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the beams of fortune brought her to the Expanse. A shitty story, all things considered, Shireen.
So you used to be in the Imperial Guard?
Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, sir. I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except, when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now all the more.
I see.
Whoop the fu-
Who's this Mercy that Danrock has accused you of associating with?
We knew each other once. He helped me make the move to the Expanse and establish my first connections. But that's an old story I prefer not to poke at if I can help it. Things are good in my life now, and I don't need mercy.
I think we've covered everything. Return to your duties.
Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Now then, Lord Captain, shall we get to business? We have a number of items to go over. First and foremost, I have news about your subjects. In the time that you were gone, the servants of House von Valancius have toiled tirelessly in their service to you and for the benefit of the entire trade proctorate. Once word of your return reaches every von Valancius world, why, the masses will be ecstatic. Never before has the Expanse known a leader as merciful as you. The fanatics of the Creed may whisper about the heresies the mind beginning under your rule, but your benevolence has forever captured the souls of millions of ordinary subjects. The Expanse is in flames, your lordship. Squadrons and smaller groups of despicable Drukhari radar systems. The cult of the Final Dawn has emerged in full force, wreaking havoc everywhere. We've heard rumors of the fall of Santia's pride, House Corda's world, an outrageous sacrilege, given how abundant and inexpensive Promethium is there. Strife has broken out between House Winterscale and House Corda. Chaos reigns everywhere. Only the esteemed Lord Inquisitor is trying to fight it, concentrating all available forces at Footfall to draw them into a fist that will smash the rampaging heretics and Xenos vermin. How fare the worlds of my dynasty? The heretics' malicious acts make it difficult to maintain astropathic contact with the colonies. The cult of the Final Dawn strikes everywhere, and their sleeper agents are active on every world. On Viabo 6, a mutiny was crushed after a group of newly arrived prisoners succumbed to blasphemous propaganda. But other worlds stand firm against the onslaught of the enemies of humanity and do not succumb to their pernicious influence. Is there anything else I should know? There have been other minor developments, if you so wish. I would gladly bring you up to speed on the bridge. I would not want them to take any time away from this occasion. What is the source of the strife between Incendia and Caligos? When the esteemed Lord Inquisitor called upon the rogue traders to join his forces, her ladyship Incendia Corda heeded the summons, while his lordship Caligos Winterscale ignored it. Rumor has it that his refusal was defiant in manner, and served as a pretext for Lady Corda to declare war on House Winterscale. Winterscale's ships are being hunted and his worlds occupied under the pretense of compelling them to submit to the Imperial Creed. Surprisingly, for all his love of fighting, Winterscale is in no hurry to defend his domain. According to intercepted astropathic messages, he and his retinue are currently on Quetzal Temur, hunting down a Xenos fleet, Eldari, by all appearances. And, so Xavier Calcazar is leading the defense? Exactly. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor Calcazar has declared himself Warden of the Coronis Expanse, and issued orders to requisition troops. He has made Footfall his base of operations, as it was the most logistically convenient point. From there, his fleet strikes throughout the Expanse, destroying the forces of the Cult of the Final Dawn and the abominable Drukhari. He may be all that currently stands in the way of the Expanse being reduced to ashes. When heretics laid siege to Euphrates II, the hallowed forge of the Cognizance fleet, the Lord Inquisitor set an enormous force. Now they and the explorative squadrons recalled from the front lines stand together against the heretics in the battle for the sacred planets. Thank you for the report. Lord Captain, allow me to make a request, a personal one. While you were away, the choir master received an astropathic message from Dargonis. It concerns my family. The Worsarians have been accused of treason against House von Valancius. What? How is that possible? I cannot comprehend it. Sancho shakes his head helplessly. The Wissarians have served the rogue trader dynasty loyally for generations. This is hard to admit, but the news has come as a crushing blow. The accusations were leveled by, or on behalf of, the Drive Stems, the governing house. Under normal circumstances, the investigation would not have required your involvement, and my entire family would have been... But being of noble stock, the Wissarians are entitled under an ancient custom to petition for a rogue trader's personal protection once in a generation. Your personal protection, Lord Captain. Abelard raises his gaze to you. Do not deny us that honor. I implore you. Tell the choir master to send a message to Dargonas, saying I will personally take part in the investigation. It will be done, Lord Captain. We got Idira rushing in. Thank you for agreeing to hear me out, Lord Captain. Here's the deal. After all that's happened recently, the voices in my head suddenly flared up and started gabbling worse than before. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm handling them just fine, but I think I know of a way I can get them to settle down a bit. I keep having the same vision over and over again. I'm walking down a corridor, and then there's this door at the end, and I just know that right behind that door is a blissful silence, and all I've got to do is reach out and open it. So I touch it with my fingers, I can feel the cold, rough metal, and then I suddenly snap out of it, and always find myself staring at a wall in some compartment or another. I look behind me, and all the doors in the way are open, but I have no memory of how I got there. Lord Captain, I'll cut to the chase. Please help me find that door. I'm not joking, this is a matter of life and death. My gut tells me it's my last chance to deal with my powers, and if I don't... We'll find the store. I give you my word. Thank you, Lord Captain. I knew you wouldn't leave me in a bind. As soon as I sense we're close, I'll let you know right away. Okay. The Exalted One bless the house of Von Valencius for your largesse of spirit, Shireen. And thank you for deigning to speak with me. Jay turns unusually hesitant, now tentatively choosing the words that only a moment ago rolled off her tongue in an uninterrupted cascade. Here's the thing, Shireen. My network of trade representatives have been stretched a little too thin recently. Like a chiffon dress on a whore. Supplies are all over the place. Orders aren't being filled. Clients are kicking off, and not without reason, and revenues plummeting. And if that wasn't bad enough, my guys running things from Footfall have been incommunicado recently, and an astropathic message has finally come in to tell me why. Some ashmags, or ashmags, throwing smite them, has captured my gang, and they're threatening to kill every last one of those hard grafting whelps if I don't do what they want. And they only want one thing: my mercatum tabula officiale, in exchange for my gang's lives. Jay tosses her thick mane of hair and grits her teeth, looking more vicious than you've ever seen her. But I'm not giving up my certificate for nothing. And nor am I going to leave my guys high and dry. That's why I'm begging for your help and protection, Shireen. If I have to step into a cage of hyenas, I'd rather do it with a lion at my side. When we reach Footfall, I will help your associates. I look forward to that day, Shireen, and praise be to the Exalted One for bestowing such a miserly portion of haughty indifference upon your heart. Balk, I apologize for barging in unannounced. I have received news that I must discuss with you face to face. You may recall that I mentioned that Achilles Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague. The colleague in question has contacted me. She requires my immediate assistance. Who is the colleague? Emelina Lichtenhart, sage to the Lord Inquisitor. I believe I have a clear picture of Emelina now. Who was she? What was her message? Emelina's message is incomplete and distorted. It is impossible to make sense of every word. The only thing we know for certain is that an acolyte of the Inquisition is asking me to go immediately to Phton 4, a remote planet. In her message, she seems to be requesting either military support or help with an evacuation. But whatever precipitated this request, Emelina would not make it if it weren't absolutely necessary. I know a rogue trader has more than enough of other matters to deal with. Nevertheless, I would like to officially request the Lord Captain's assistance in dealing with this issue. Heinrich inclines his head. I have no authority to demand anything from House von Valancius. Therefore, I am confining myself to a request for the sake of the Coronis Expanse and the Imperium. Yeah, of course. We'll go to Phton 4 and put an end to this threat. Thank you, Lord Captain. I'm confident that this minor deviation from our primary course will help to stem the thread of anarchy in the Coronis Expanse, if only slightly. At the very least, we won't be outflanked. I've already spoken to the navigation crew and provided them with the coordinates of Phton 4. We can set a course for it as soon as you give the order. Okay, and now they want to kill Iliad again. What's going on? So watching Wonderful Path has led you into a rather phony situation, cousin. You refused to beg for mercy in Kamara, and now you will have to lick the boots of Monkey. Silent Xenos, your turn will come. Wow. Iliad is here to stay as part of my retinue. Get used to it. Yes. Suspicious gesture, and your life is over. You both know your words are empty, Monkey. You will not disobey the Alantak's orders, for you see no point in paying for my death with your own. Easy forgiveness is a sign of impending weakness, Rogue Trader. Think on this. Magenta reluctantly lifts her hand from her weapon. They will forgive you. Not all of them, not right away, but they will. Stop it. You cannot believe that, Alantak. I do not need words or comfort. The words of these monkey do not touch my soul. Only your thoughts matter, yours and mine. Okay, time to get back to work. Until we meet again, Alantak. May the darkness scatter into a myriad of new stars before you. Okay, I leveled up. Again. What the hell should I get now? I have a lot of dodge, don't I? 121. Not a crazy amount. It's decent. Isn't there like one of these that's like crazy broken strong to get? wounds, lethal threat, know it all. Any damage the character deals is increased by 1 for every attack they have made. This combat does not affect damage over time effects. But I mean, it still makes my attacks better. Every melee attack the character makes reduces the target's armor by -4. My strength, okay. Yeah, I think I'll just go with this. It's a very easy way to just get rid of armor. And then for a basic thing, damage. Targets suffer half of this damage. Okay. Psyker's critical hit chance increases by +1% till the end of time. It's damage by any means. Damage over time's effect. I'll just go with this, I guess. go with more lore and PM, I guess. More fellowship. Sure. Back in the fight. Not. Firebrand, I guess. No heresy. Oh my god, this is gonna be a lot. I should have just done all this off, well, I need to get through the fight. From what I remember, Cataclysm is just, you should just take it on everyone. It's just really good. Oh my god, so many people. stance. More toughness. Sure, we'll just take characteristic toughness training. Reckless strike. More athletics. I think that really does anything for me, but sure, why not? Sure. Okay, I want this. And we'll take... Sure. Sure. Pascal. Yeah, sure. Oh, hey Gail, how's it going? You're, you just missed out on me leveling for like 30 minutes. That's good. Oh. I don't know what that is. But I'm glad whatever it is working for you. Now see, I'm actually jealous of that. I'd go for some cheese curds. The DLC takes part, or like, is just interlaced with the game, because the DLC is literally just adds a new companion. You get this person, Kybella. They're like part of a like an assassin order, so that gets added to the game, and then you if you come over here, this wasn't part of the game originally. You now have like a bunch of other places you can go on your ship, and this is all part of like DLC stuff to do. Yeah, so they added a church. They added the astropathic choir you can go to. Some of these other chambers will like show up when you have stuff to do on them. There's like more stuff to do in your own like chambers as the Lord Captain. But yeah, there's just stuff going on all over the place. Yeah, no, the high gothic ships is very fun, and I love that it's like humanity is very much like just this bizarre like high gothic alien kind of like recipe. It's just very fun. And then this is its own thing that you do, is just like so because this is Act 4 I'm in now on this character. I was working on another character because I died on this this playthrough. So I've been running a secondary playthrough that I'm basically trying to catch up to this point of the game. Because I've been running on what's called Grim Darkness mode, where you only get one save, and then if you lose, it just fails the game. But you can keep playing the save file. It just changes it into a normal save. But you know, then you don't get any of the achievements and any of like the special stuff that comes with it. But yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly like honor mode and Baldur's Gate 3. I should do that at some point. I've played enough Baldur's Gate 3 and have enough like meta knowledge. I could probably do that pretty well, I feel like. I could actually finish it. Yeah. Not get to Act 3 like 4 times and then just be like, nah. I don't see the problem, honestly. See, my issue... I mean... Okay. This is gonna sound stupid, but it's like... My issue with finishing a game like Baldur's Gate 3 is actually kind of the reason I don't have a completed game of Rogue Trader. Like, Act 4 is the farthest I get to. Is because... So, once you get to Act 4 and, like, 5 of Rogue Trader, the game becomes super buggy. Like, not the... Like, Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't this as bad as this game gets to, but basically, Rogue Trader got to a point where, like, half of your quest lines for your companions just didn't work. Wouldn't function. They just wouldn't activate. So that sucked. Because, like, they have, like, you know, true endings for characters in these games, so it's like you want to try and hit those. You want to try and, like, get those good endings and stuff. But it's like, it's not fucking possible when the game doesn't let you get there. So that's frustrating. And I hate shit like that. And I remember there was, again, it wasn't anywhere that bad, but I remember in Baldur's Gate 3, there were some bugs that took place that just kind of crapped out quests for you or made them just weird to do. Like you'd have to like do them in like a roundabout way to like you had to kind of like break the game to do it. Which isn't that new. Like it's not, and the thing is, it's something I'm used to with them because like I've played Divinity, like Original Sin 1 and 2, and both of those games had like just stupid amounts of bugs in them. And it's just kind of like par for the course for CRPGs because they're trying to do something that is like there's so much like, you know, nuance going in. The longer the game goes, the more there's a chance for something to brick and something to not work. So it's just kind of like always a fault of these games where it's like they're a lot of fun to play. They're a bitch and a half to actually finish. Like the other game that that Owlcat, the studio that made this game did, apparently also had a lot of issues with that. They had a lot of bugs and a lot of problems that came forth. And you know, they fixed it, but that game came out like something like 6 years ago, and they just finally released like their final DLC for it. So it's like it's just tough to play these kind of games and be like, all right, well, this was fun. I can't wait to finish it 5 years from now. I mean, hell, didn't Baldur's Gate just get an update like a month or two ago that also like fixed a bunch of problems? Patch 7. Okay, so what do I need to do? Jesus, what the hell? Why do I have so many contracts? The last major update. Yeah, but it's like it's always the thing that just kills me about these games is like I love playing them, but god, it's like I almost just wish they didn't come out until like they were fully ready, until everything was done. But I just know it's not possible because like, you know, playtesters and everything can do everything in the game and like check through every little like piece, but it's like there's just no way to test for like everything that can go wrong in these games, and it can be like the smallest things. That is true. That is true. Baldur's Gate 3 is such a was such a solid experience. And like the amount of like just good work the devs did is just like, it's so nice to see. Okay. The officer's taking a space. I was not paying attention to what this said. Oof, okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go to the deck and deal with the, corridors waiting at the deck. Okay, sure. So I just got out of, there's a city called Kamara, where it is arguably the worst place in 40K, because it's just the home of the Drukhari, or the Dark Elves, who are basically just the ultimate BDSM fetishists slash eat, kill, stab, R-word people kind of group. Yeah, that's fair. And so I never take this guy ever. But I'm trying to do a like 100% Iconoclast playthrough, which means you're basically just a very, yeah, it is very Menzo Barazan. But one of the people I recruited is basically a captain. God Emperor be with you and with all of us too. Only you can deal with this spawn. But I picked up one of the Dark Elf people, because you can basically have them like betray the ones that are like keeping you captive, and they help you escape. But they're still, you know. And so now that he's on the ship, and I just traveled through the warp, the elves and the dark elves basically have a connection to this dark god called Slaanesh. And because we travel through the warp, which is, you know, super hell where they reside, and they're not like us, like people. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Slaanesh is pretty well known, even to people that don't play 40K. But so because we went through the warp, and they don't, they basically have a better connection to it than we do. They also are more sensitive to it. So, the way Slaanesh works is she wants to eat all the Eldar. Like, all of them. She wants all their souls. Every single one of them. So, the moment that it's like regular elves touch the warp, she quite literally gets a hard-on and tries to get him. And all of these dead bodies are the kind of result of this. But yeah,
I sense something nearby.
Venture forth.
not super jazzed about the fact I let this guy onto the ship, and 4 seconds later, he killed a bunch of my crew in a maddened rage.
Blood is my life. Death is my duty. The web beckons. The shadows reveal
Oh,
their
God.
secrets. Watch out.
Oh my god. What asshole placed these traps? Okay, so...
I see what others do not.
Jesus, how many of these are there? Okay, so...
Death walks with me.
Oh my god.
Just as he ordained. Just as I was taught. The Vizier, would he be proud? Am I? Just as he ordained. Just as I was taught.
Okay.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Fortune smiles on us, an ill omen. The Vizier, would he be proud? Am I?
Because the prince wills it. The soul of all his progenitors belong to him alone. None will escape his embrace. Alright.
Keep a sharp eye.
Am I gonna have to fight a demonette?
I do what I must.
Marzai jerks his head up when you appear. His already gaunt face is tightly wrapped in pale gray parchment-like skin. His teeth are bared feverishly, and his dark eyes have turned into 2 pitch-black mirrors that could show your reflection clearly if you were to gaze into them. He opens his mouth, but instead of words, an unnatural rasping hiss comes out. If this creature ever possessed intelligence, there is no sign of it left. At last, the resonant voice that has followed you on your journey through the deck sounds like it's coming from every direction, chilling you to the bone. At last, we lead... Artisan pain. Yeah, I mean... These are the demons of Slaanesh. You know. Body of they got 1 peck, they got 1 boob, they got probably 1 of each down here, and they got crab claws. Just your usual run-of-the-mill demon. At last we meet my poor child. Look at him, mortal. Look at how he yearns to return to the one whose caress his kind rejects so stubbornly. Come, child, follow my voice, and my prince will grant you all the bliss and torment in this universe. Juliet exclaims something in the Eldari language. The elucidator fails to process her rapid and elaborate speech. Without waiting for Marzai's response, she turns to you. My dark kin has lost himself in the fight against the pull of she who thirsts. Allow me, Alantak. However great our differences are, however dissolute and depraved the dark ways may be, I cannot blind my eyes and let Silent Thresh take him. God damn it. Sooner or later, all of his kind will step into my embrace. The prince is patient. The prince knows that every Eldari soul is already his. But if you let me get close to the lost child, if you lull him into letting his guard down, my prince will reward you, Balk. The soul of this pathetic Xenos is a small price to pay for the blessing that can come with my master's favor. No, I'm gonna bring him back to his senses. The Drukhari stares at you without blinking, teeth still bared, his frenzied expression frozen like a mask. You hear hissing again, this time lower and angrier than before. You can push one of the enforcers to him and just let him kill him. Oh, that's so fucked. The transfer plate upon which the Xenos has so short-sightedly made his lair can be reconfigured to send a short discharge of the modus voice. This unit could use it to impart a modicum of reason to this crazed creature. Oh, so I can tase him. Marzai, can you hear me? Let's talk. Your confident voice reverberates through the metal room. The Drukhari blinks, then blinks again. The mirror-like surface of his eyes seem to ripple, as if something else is beginning to surface apart from the soulless reflection. Something vaguely resembling awareness. Look closely at Marzai. Xenos is turning his head back and forth, surveying the room, but still watching you. His muscles are no longer cramped, stiff in a battle stance, but his face still bears a twisted expression that can either be interpreted as wild frenzy or terror. Yurliet, you promised you would help. Yurliet starts talking, too quickly for the elucidator, but not for Marzai. He turns his head and watches her like a snake watches a bird. Yurliet takes a step, then another. You hear new inflections in her voice, melodious, almost calming. Her hands are moving in an elaborate dance of gestures as she keeps touching the spirit stone on her chest. Slowly, very slowly, Yurliet advances toward Marzai and his bristling blades, and he remains still, seemingly entranced by her words. You carefully follow her. Okay, I'll look again. Xenos is standing tall and looking at you with faint traces of intelligence in his eyes, which are still hazy. It looks like one last push is required for him to emerge from his death-sowing trance. Alright, just a little more. That gives you a slight nod and starts speaking again, her words filled with pain and pleading. She steps forward, then takes another step and another. You feel as if this last step was a little too confident. Marzai's expression changes subtly as hungering malice flashes in his eyes. Yurliet notices the alarming signs too late, and only recoils when the blade has already cut through the air. She barely suppresses a cry and clutches her deep wound, but she does not retreat farther than a single step. The air behind Marzai ripples, and you watch as the demonette's faintly visible silhouette bleeds out of thin air. The horrible mouth is sneering triumphantly. The large pincer is rising higher and higher. Marzai behind you. Oh, that looked silly. The demonette brings her pincer down on Marzai's head and clangs against his raised blade. Marzai crouches and shoves the shrieking warp entity away from himself. No. No, you're mine, Marzai. You're mine.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Slanesh has blessed me with new victims.
Oh, that has a lot of health. Don't love that. Oh, and the enforcers I brought with me immediately became enthralled. Perfect.
Unpleasant. A costly mistake. They won't expect this. I know what to do. That is how it's done. I said, so done.
Why is this one still? Control, clouded mine. Okay, but why no die? Well, I guess it'll. Is there a way I can just hit? No. Oh, that's annoying. Ooh, wait, I have an idea. I cast.
Step aside. The
Gather.
navigator is coming.
And we'll do this.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I'm a member.
I will
this.
leave footprints of scarlet. My blade whispers your name. Killing brings me no pleasure.
I'm a member.
Death
His ability
a
is so
blessing.
broken.
The shadows come. The other side awaits. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. Trust me. Let your soul be purged. As honor
Now we do
ordains.
some more jumping.
Caught by the web. Trust me. The shadows will see it done.
A little more
I
jumping.
shall not fail. As the tenets caught by the web, I cannot serve you in this way. As honor ordains. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay, Marzai turns to you, looking the same as ever, with the exception that you can see grayish-blue veins through his parchment skin and something resembling terror in his eyes. They're gone, Belk. Gone, but still lurking at the threshold, keeping watch. I can hear their whispers. How do monkey bear them for days and days on end? You hear genuine confusion in his voice. You will hear these whispers every time the void vessel travels beyond the veil. Learn to accept this, find an anchor for such times, or lose yourself. Marzai looks at Iliad. There's a barely noticeable shift in his expression the entire time that you have been here. Yes, Dark One, this entire time. With each new passage, I bolstered my spirit further, and my meditation became a stronger barrier against the tendrils of she who thirsts. I endured it, so will you, if you value your soul. Drukhari lowers his head in thought, then gives Iliad a sidelong glance. I should have understood from what you told me. Well, no matter. I forgot myself for a moment, nothing more. Your presence is causing me a great deal of grief, Xenos. Your kind step beyond the veil with nothing but your crude technologies and prayers to a deaf god, and you expect those such as I to rely on such paltry protection from the terrors of she who thirsts. Throne's sake, Lord Captain, why are you even listening to him? That there Xenos is worse than a wild beast. How can a ship that sails in the God Emperor's light allow one of his enemies to act like he's master here? The living meat that serves you talks too much. They would, however, make for perfect playthings. He looks straight at you. I need strength in order to suffer through your oafish voyages beyond the veil. If I don't obtain a source of substance, Silent Thresh will only keep testing my limits. Lord Captain, the officer has a point. If things continue on like this, we might end up with a mutiny on our hands, a massacre during every warp jump. As if we didn't have enough troubles to deal with on days like this. No, I'm not doing that. Uh-huh. I don't want to have, like, I'm not gonna have him massacre people on the lower decks. It's just stupid. Okay. Arzai freezes. You meet his enraged gaze, filled with the promise of torture and agony, but then you see something inside him give, forcing him to incline his head slightly. Let it be as you say, Balk. Well, that's something at least. Many thanks, your lordship. Ugh. Why do I have to corral these fucking children? It's like... Why can't you just behave yourself?
Onward to victory.
It's just a quick trip through Super Hell. What's the problem? Okay. Okay. This is just a bunch of side quests.
Yeah, okay. It's just same dialogue we've gone through before. I just wanted to make sure if there was anything new going on there. Oh, Heinrich's on the deck. Can I talk to him? It's only Tails after all. You just don't look like a bringer of woes to me. What? Hell's that supposed to mean? Do I even need to say it? The moment you came aboard, Lady Theodora perished, so did her arch-militant, as well as half of the senior officers and a quarter of the Infernus Guild, along with the previous Infernus Master. What's worse, rations don't taste as good anymore, fire burns hotter, and that sinister look in your eyes, like you're about to curse, like put a curse on someone. It's what the Voidsmen say, so it must be true. Phenomenon. Oh, okay. What if I were to put a curse on you this very instant? That would be a sight. I've never seen a real curse before. My niece would be thrilled to hear about it. Okay, well, I guess there's nothing really to talk to him about. Alright, now to talk to the angry Xenos. After what happened on the officer's bridge, how are you coping with the warp crossings?
You dare to ask me that question? Every time this barge pierces the veil, I am left alone with all the nightmares of she who thirsts. It costs me all my fortitude and strength to fight them off, and there is never anyone at hand with whom I can indulge myself. Only cold walls and a sealed airlock. Since the first time, I've been slowly acclimatizing to voyaging through the veil. Only Monkey could have conceived of such a suicidal method of galactic travel. However, it is novel and exhilarating. At least now I know what I'm facing, and consequently, I will find a way to withstand it. And now it is time to learn what is happening with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, leaderless and abandoned to the mercies of Camorra. The survivors will probably be driven into real space to fall prey to Silent Thresh. You must find them. If we encounter the remnants of the Cabal in this dimension, I will want to speak to them.
Okay.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
Okay, I don't get any downsides from this, it looks like. Ooh, more people's always good. Oh, can I just get these immediately? Okay, now I have to deal with whatever this bullshit is on. Foulstone. I can get this. Enemy critical hit chance and warp damage against the flagship are reduced by 30. That's pretty good. Versus a OK cannon. Yeah, I'll do this. Under the guidance of the brothers and sisters of the Order of the Hammer, the Touched carried on with their toils, cultivating the land and building new settlements. The public induction of the Touched, along with their diligent service, eventually solidified their image in the minds of the people as the executors of Saint Cognacious' will sent down to the faithful to ease their burdens during the great sculpting. Any concerns about the Touched possibly posing a danger were completely dispelled. Fantastic. Payment in organs. I like how that sounds. Get more people, which is good. Sure, we'll do this. A very high rating with the explorators. I'm gonna do that. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Wasn't there... could have sworn there's supposed to be... Hmm. Okay. Alright. I'll work on more of that stuff later. It's a lot. Visions in the dark. The hell is that? To avoid ship in the Omicron system. Whoops. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Fuck. Your Lordship, I humbly apologize for distracting you from matters, but I simply must beg for a moment of your time. After all, this concerns the illustrious Mistress Kybella. Doubtless it has not escaped your powers of insight that she has been rather not herself lately. Truly, Mistress Kybella's soul is a tenebrous place, but even I noticed the change in her bearing. When I finally had a spare moment to think on what could be done to address this, it dawned on me another social occasion. I dare say the first one went rather well, did it not? Did it go well? I don't feel like it did. Alright, well, fuck it. We'll try it. Marvelous. I already have some ideas in mind. This time a more private engagement. Dargonis, with a view from the spire. I shall begin the preparations as soon as we arrive on the capital world. When you are ready, just find me at the palace, and this most pleasant evening can commence. Okay. Okay, well, all usual noises on the bridge cease when the shadow of A giant void ship, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, sails past the stained glass windows. It seems forlorn. The hull is tarnished, the lumens are dead, and the windows are broken and shrouded. The auger crew can't recognize the signature of its silent engines. They only manage to shed some light on its decrepit hull and make out the faded name of the cruiser, Queen's Lament. The Vox Master's report breaks the somber silence. The bridge has just received a Voxcast from the dead void ship. Okay. Vigdis conducts a full Vox system check and reports that the communications are in order, even though only eerie, unnatural silence can be heard through the Vox. Worried murmurs sweep across the bridge. The officers are certain that this is the void ship of the old ghost stories. The Queen's Lament has appeared countless times in all corners of the Imperium. Like a ghost, it manifested out of nowhere and just as mysteriously vanished in the darkness of space, taking with it those who dared to board. The rogue trader has never heard about this void ship, nor of its grim legend. Well, in that case, send the scouts on board. Fuck it! The shuttle carrying the soldiers docks with the Queen's Lament without impediment, using the disparate blueprints of other Imperial cruisers. The scouting party sets out to the bridge, following the dark, unpowered corridors that somehow retained oxygen and gravity. Okay. The nervous voice of the operator erupts through the Vox. The crew are still on board, but what's this? Blurry silhouettes of people with torn-off limbs, cut-open bellies, and twisted faces are materializing and vanishing all around in ghastly flashes. The ghosts promise the unwelcome guest that they will stay on board the Queen's Lament forever. Raising his voice to a shout, the operator reports that his comrades are already dead, and soon it will be his turn. The augurs are telling a different story. All of the scouts are alive and still moving forward. Word to the operator to pull himself together. Soldiers must be prepared to face even the most terrifying space horrors. Anxious prayer to the Emperor is whispered over the Vox. For a moment, the operator falls silent and suddenly returns, mumbling excuses about his imagination playing tricks on him. His comrades are still walking ahead of him, alive and well, and the void ship looks completely empty again. Okay, great. 60 or 65. After a few minutes of silence, a child's cry can be heard through the Vox. The stuttering operator reports that friends and family of the members of the scouting party are blocking the way. The friends and family who've all been taken by death. The soldier confirms that they're not seeing ghosts, but living people made of flesh and bone. The soldiers are begging the rogue trader to let them talk to their loved ones for a moment. Remind the soldiers that it's impossible to cheat death. These visions must be the product of some dark power. Hey, okay. The scouts begin to argue. The unintelligible quarreling abruptly stops, and after a few minutes, the operator anxiously gives his report. As soon as the squad split up, the ones who decided to stay with their loved ones were swallowed by the darkness of the empty deck and vanished. Half an hour later, the Vox comes to life again. The operator flatly reports that the scouting party has reached the bridge. The cogitators are broken, so extracting any data from them seems impossible. The scouts have found a strange object in the captain's chair. They can't describe it, only saying that this shouldn't be there. In his usual flat voice, devoid of emotion, the operator completes his report. The way to the bridge took 16 hours and 41 minutes. The soldiers are exhausted and would like to rest for some time. Confused, Vigdis notes that only half an hour has passed outside the Queen's Lament. I feel like letting them rest is a mistake. I feel like iconoclast option is most of this. Just tell him to get out of there. A sharp intake of breath is heard over the Vox, as if the operator is going to say something, but nothing happens. The transmission is filled with lingering silence. Then, someone's frantic sniffling, a blood-curdling scream, and heavy static. Then the officers aboard the flagship come to the horrifying realization that the only thing left behind the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge is the uncaring vastness of space. The Queen's Lament has disappeared, unnoticed, taking the entire scouting party with it. The story of a ghost ship that, yet again, has swallowed the souls of its unfortunate victims will live on for many years in hushed whispers across every deck of the rogue trader's void ship. Fantastic! What an incredibly awful, awful way to go. Lord Captain, an urgent message. Our enforcers have arrested a dangerous saboteur who attempted to gain entry onto the bridge. This incident may be worthy of your attention. You see, both the saboteur and the circumstances of his capture are rather strange. I think it would be reasonable for Magos Pascal to take a look at him as well. Alright, let's take a look at it, the dude. Understood, Lord Captain. The saboteur will be brought to you. Oh, I think I know who this is. I think this is a member of the Adeptus that, like, gets very weird about Nomos. The group of servitors, whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized, stares at the towering prisoner. You do not need to hear them speak to recognize Nomos, who has seen fit to attend the interrogation. The captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath his faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, and his mechadendrites are perfectly still. I greet the master of this vessel cathedral and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. The interloper inclines his head in the direction of the frowning Pascal. Then the prisoner turns slightly and looks straight at Nomos's observing servitors. And of course, I must beg forgiveness from you, Great Spirit. It was not my intent to desecrate your temple. I honor the fraternity of the Omnissiah's servants. It pains me to see you trespassing on board like a thief instead of arriving as a guest. For that, I apologize as well. I did not expect to find understanding amid the suffocating ignorance that abounds within the laity, and even many of my brethren. For this reason, I chose to carry out my mission in secret and without seeking your permission. My name, if it matters, is Asclepius, formerly a computator general of the Cognizance Fleet, now a liber recluse with the status of Maletech. Maletechs are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy yet, have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet's structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways and prevent sedition from spreading. Pascal's voice sounds unusually alarmed. All of that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archive data. My lost status is a part replacement string in the long chronicle of the Cognizance Fleet. I come not as the priesthood's messenger, but is a faithful disciple of the most holy Amarnat. My brother once served as the engine seer prime on this ship. Asclepius gestures around him reverently. He was an adherent of the school of discontinuing the cycle, as am I. It has spread that far. It is difficult to discern Pascal's emotions from his tone. I know that my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told of a journey embarked upon by Theodora von Valentius. A journey through a dimensional gate, an artifact more ancient than humanity itself, and toward worlds unknown. The blessed Amarnat was with her. There upon those dark worlds he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed that this spirit then fell aslumber within this ship, like a child in a cradle, not responding to lowly pleas. That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach the ship where my brother died, the ship upon whose great deck the blessed Amarnat has walked, and prostrate myself before the Great Spirit. Alright, well, I think I have my decision on your fate. Whatever it is, I will accept it. As will I, and yet I plead that my brother be showed leniency. His story initializes thought. Your actions have caused no harm, and so I shall not harm you. You are free. You may stay on the ship if you so choose. I could not ask for more. All I wish is to remain in these halls and observe and reverence the Great Spirit's deeds. Let the cycle be discontinued. Nomos' servitors turn their head to you and nod all at once in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. Okay. I salute the ruler of this ship. I see you have found your great spirit, Asclepius. I have found a miracle and the end of my worldly road. I have never seen and never will see anything more meaningful than the spirit of Nomos. In the face of its multitude, we are all nothing but the fixed values of an Aranus function. Okay. The cyber gargoyle's gaze tracks you as you walk away from the cogitator. Alright. Almost are here. What do you want to talk about? Is it just the same dialogue? Why does it tell me that it's time to discuss the findings and discoveries with the very entity that asked the rogue trader for help in the first place? Okay, but oh, okay. We have analyzed the data with which you sated us, and we have recreated the sequence of events. First there was Epitaph. It is a world, but it is merely a case, a container, for something we cannot name and cannot understand. Theodora and this ship have been to that place. Something was lifted up from the world, a gift. A trusted priest in crimson, one who identified himself as Amarnat, comprehended the gift raised from Epitaph, and from it he created what the databanks list as a tech blight. But that is not how Nomos came into being. We were not invented. We were not freed. We came into being by accident. Theodora's ambition, the myriad mechanisms of the huge ship, Amarnat's mind, the inquisitive attempts to comprehend and extract, the dormant blight, the dormant epitaph, what lies hidden in its depths, and between it all, we slipped in, connected, and emerged like an electrical discharge between the poles. Accident, incident. That is what we are. We have no purpose, no history. Nomos just are. ship was on Epitaph. Amernat traveled aboard it, investigating the tech blight, and Nomos was born as a result of the incident. So how was it possible that no one in the crew knew the whole truth? The truth was hidden, deliberately. Your officers' memories were stolen. All the cogitators' memory banks were wiped. It took you feeding us the truth bit by bit for us to piece it together and understand. Who has the resources, the knowledge, and the power to accomplish such a feat? It would have been beyond the capabilities of the blessed Amarnat himself, and he would never destroy knowledge. This story disturbs me. It sounds like an echo of the sacrilege whose name is the preservation of ignorance. The spirit of Nomos must be protected from the encroachments of that power that tried to conceal the truth of its birth. Do you know where this epitaph is? That data is gone, deleted, erased deliberately, but we cannot trace who did it or why. Tech plate? Question mark. Gift, but a terrible one. You would call it a weapon. Theodora coveted it. She needed it desperately, but we do not know why. How is Amernat involved in this? He desired knowledge. Theodora allowed him to explore the gifts of Epitaph, slaking his thirst. But we know it did not bring him happiness. In the footsteps of his slaked thirst, fear followed. The blessed Amarnat was involved in the birth of the spirit named Nomos. I do not believe for a moment that he could have been frightened by this miracle. It was not us he feared. He did not know us, but only suspected. His mental processes were occupied by the tech blight. That was what he feared. He wanted protection from it. Alright, well I think that's enough. Then tell us, what is our purpose? Yeah, live. Your purpose is your own. Life does not need a purpose to justify itself. The chorus of servitors dutifully repeat your words, but seemingly without understanding them. Nomos is preoccupied. The huge cogitator continues to sing its creaking song, running unknown calculations. Alright. Okay. So I need to go to Footfall. I also need to go to Dargonis. I need to go up here. Alina's stuff. Well, I guess I'll do the whole Kybella thing. Lord Captain, permission to address you with a request. Our head chirurgeon is sabotaging the ship's operation. He has quarantined several Voidsman crews on account of a piddling sickness. People don't even go to the med bay when they come down with it. They just wipe their noses and keep working. Only a dozen or so die from it in a whole year. We're sitting on our hands here, so I ask you to talk some sense to him. Greetings, your lordship. My name is Letard Forius, and I am the chirurgeon majoris of this vessel. As your chief Medicae specialist, I assure you that the quarantine is well warranted. This piddling sickness has claimed the lives of a number of meritorious officers of the past. This time I intend to get the epidemic under control, study the disease thoroughly, and develop a proper cure. I hope that you will agree with a single period of downtime as a small price to pay for the number of lives that will be saved and the increase in the crew's performance during other such outbreaks in the future, not to mention the fact that we won't have to waste stimulants due to the afflicted using them as a crutch to offset their limited work capacity. How do you intend to study the disease? By gathering enough infected individuals together, letting the illness progress, comprehending its properties, and finally killing it. The disease goes through several stages, with each containing clues to its nature and vulnerabilities. The Voidsman will have to stay sick for some time until I've discovered the cure, assuming, of course, that the disease is reversible in the final stages. Yeah. Defeating a disease is a noble goal, but I cannot approve of your methods. Find volunteers among the crew who will agree to being infected in exchange for compensation. I expect you to cure every one of them once you are done. This may limit the potential of the study, but this approach is also acceptable. I will make up for the lack of material with my expertise. Thank you for taking your crew's health into consideration. Should you require my services, you may find me on the bridge, your lordship. Lord Captain, multiple critical systems are failing throughout the vessel. Half the compartments are no longer responding. The ship is falling apart. We request your lordship's presence on the bridge immediately. What? The fuck happened? Everything was fine 5 seconds ago. I'm glad you made it here in one piece, your lordship. The crew is running ship damage control procedures. The situation has been recorded in ship's log as critical. Mistress Sauerback and I are temporarily in charge of the bridge. I'm organizing the technical staff while Yocasta musters the enforcers. The Honorable Vox and Infernus Masters have departed for the affected compartments to take charge of their subordinates, but remain present on the Vox line. The fuck's going on? Infernus Master speaking. There have been several large explosions throughout the ship. A cascading blackout has knocked out lighting, transportation lines, air filtration, and heat control across the entire vessel. Multiple fires detected. All Infernus Guild forces have been deployed for emergency repairs. We will save the ship no matter the cost. Right now, we are a blind, unpowered, defenseless, sinking spittoon drifting through the abyss. The total volume of outages was nearly enough to turn us into an adamantine casket. The crew has suffered heavy casualties due to explosive depressurization, loss of air supply to the compartments, multiple fires, and failures in the transportation systems. The numbers are getting worse by the minute. Was this an accident or was it sabotage? Well, we do not know for certain. I am convinced that we have been attacked from within. We are now more vulnerable than ever. Where's the high factotum? At the time of the incident, Danrock was on the freight line inspecting warehouses. He has not been in contact since. We are assuming the worst. No! Not my fat boy. We must come up with a plan of action. I've already put together a priority order for the repairs of the critical systems, but many bays have descended into bedlam and riots, making the work difficult. People are terrified and think they're about to die. In addition, some decks have become inaccessible. Definitely not that one. The trapped crew member time is running out. Sadly, the optimal survival strategy for the vessel does not include the survival of those poor sods. I feel like Iconoclast is the stupid choice here. Yocasta, we are running short on brave men. We would be grateful if your people would lay down their weapons and come to assist the Infernus Guild. The sooner you come, the more lives we can save. The enforcers will do their duty. Aid will arrive shortly. There's been an incident on the flight deck. A mob of voidsmen and laborers, despicable cowards all, are trying to break through to the shuttles. The enforcers are holding them back for now, but the cordon is in danger of being overrun. Let them go. I will stay here with those who still believe in our success. Let them through, remove the cordon, provide enough oxygen, water, and rations for 8 watches, and nothing else for those traitors. The pressure's dropping, the bridge ventilation system is completely busted, Lord Captain. I humbly request that you move to the officer's deck, where the emergency headquarters are to be established. The bridge is no longer safe, so I must ask you to hurry while the tech priests are still supplying the elevator with power. My assistant and I will stay here and report on system readings. We have an emergency supply of void suits, so we won't croak right away, Emperor willing. Alright. Well, shit. I think this is what I've been running. Yeah. Well, good to know that things are going well. Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good at all. The elevator shaft has expelled you into the dim of the emergency lights. The smell of promethium and burnt flesh only adds to the nausea, confirming that you have suffered a concussion. Pog! Your elbow is twisted at an odd angle and your body is racked with pain. But there is a silver lining to all the agony. It means you're not dead yet. My heart overflows with delight to see that you two are in one piece. Reset the dislocated elbow. Bone crunches unpleasantly and a sharp pain pierces your arm. But you manage to reset the elbow. It is swollen and still looks worrisome, but at least you can move your arm now. Inspect the elevator wreckage. It is a miracle you have survived. Guide rails lie in a twisted pile over a crown of shattered plasteel. Look around. Smoke and darkness limit your vision, but judging by the stench of rust and unwashed bodies, you are somewhere on the lower decks. You can hear the crackling of flames, groans, screams, and the rumble of falling beams coming from the distance. The disaster has not spared this compartment. Contact the bridge. The comm bead emits only unintelligible hissing. Either it was damaged in the fall or the communication lines in this compartment have failed. Well, ain't nothing to do but run on. Oh good, I have 2 different injuries for free. Do I have any of those skin graft things left? Yes, I do. I am not fucking dealing with that. No,
I forge my own
sorry.
success. I am beholden to you.
There we go. Much better.
Let's seize the moment.
So I take it this is part of the DLC, seeing as I'm on the freight line again? Blimey, if it isn't you, Lord Captain. I heard the elevator fall, so I came to help in case anyone survived. And lo and behold, it's your lordship. What's happening in the bay? It's a big ol' accident. Everything's on fire, and the place is packed with corpses. Some burned alive, others choked on smoke. But we'll save our home ship. Just you wait and see. I'm following orders to look for anyone badly wounded and provide them with first aid. He hands you a Medicaid kit. Take this, your lord. Take this. Your lordship's help comes first. I don't know. I'm doing fine. You should help someone else. I literally just just healed myself. That's why they. Okay, so I imagine that kit is to give you a way to heal yourself. So to get out of here somehow.
Let's see this through.
A locomotive enveloped in steam halts the platform with a low rumble. The hardened emergency workers of the Infernus Guild pour out of the carriages. Upon seeing you, they begin to wave cheerfully and shout. Captain Rotko, your lordship, we are here to provide assistance and escort. He turns towards the locomotive. Hey, Infernus Master, we found him. Lord Captain, it's good to see you. Back in good health, however battered. The Vox Master reported that the elevator had collapsed, so I jumped on the first train and headed down here to look for you. He holds out a hand as strong as a lifeline. Let me give you a lift to a safe place. Have you ever heard of a rogue trader flying through their own void ship in a free-falling elevator, Heinrich? No, I think that's a first. Lord Captain, you sure know how to make a dramatic entrance. Maybe you really are the bringer of woes that simple folk paint you as. Are you sure you didn't curse the elevator? That old thing transported rogue traders for hundreds of years, but then you stepped inside, and down it went. You could not have come at a better time. Being in the right place at the right time is my duty, my calling. At your or... What? Dummenbalk cast off the evil hand. It holds only betrayal and wrongful death. Heinrich Montag is not human, and he seeks your demise. The Infernus Master pulls the last of the Iho stick from his mouth and asks in a low voice, have you lost your mind, you damned fanatic? Take a closer look at the repairman. The Inferni look baffled, but the astonishment soon gives way to righteous indignation as huge burned-covered fists clench into instruments of murder. But they are not only instruments. There are shotguns and pistols too, which you generously allowed them the right to carry. Knives and axes, autoguns, grenades. The Inferni went to the rescue mission as if it were a battle. What is your accusation against him? You are being hunted, Dommenbalk, driven like prey towards the hunter. He is the hunter. The skinny young man has ceased to be a boy only. Who ceased to be a boy only yesterday, carries himself with detachment and surprising dignity. The Vizier said that he must die and that you must live. I understand that the situation is critical, but Damn it, I am a senior officer of this ship, as much as I hate to remind you, and you are a little mutineer who almost put a hole in my head. Rodko clangs the stock of his weapon soundly. In a sneering tone, he asks, "What do we have here? Treason? An attempted assassination of a senior officer? I've long expected trouble from you spinners. Do you have proof of treason?" The vizier has divined the truth. The young man looks at Einrich with haughty reproach. "Oh, well, since the vizier has overdosed on stimulants and discovered the truth, by all means, Lord Captain, go ahead and arrest me. Take my head." "Do you have anything to say, Infernus Master?" What? Your lordship, do I really have to defend myself after being accused by this? I don't even know who he is. It's me. I've risked life and limb for you and this ship more times than the Grokchunder has heard the watch siren. I mean, you are carrying a lot of weapons, aren't you? After all these years of not being allowed to carry anything heavier than a wrench, I suppose you could say we are overcompensating. You know, Infernus Master, perhaps you should get off the train so we can figure this out. Heinrich spits at his feet in frustration. You fanatics are always meddling in the wrong business. First the trick with the bloodbath, and now this. We were so close. The gun leaps into his hand and points at you. A shot rings out. The whistling hits your ears, but the bullet was evidently meant for the young spinner now writhing on the ground. Damn it, Heinrich. I liked you. Why did you... No. Fucking... Heinrich takes out a new Iho stick, lights it from his cutter, and... Is it Iho or is it, like, low stick? Maybe it's low stick. Hard to tell. Things would be a lot easier if you had just crashed in the elevator or climbed onto the train. I wish you two who could hear the siren's song, the sire's song in your dreams and await the many-armed emperor. But the harvest season has come, and you must be reaped. You must die so that we can live. I am sorry, Balk. Farewell. Oh, you dumb piece of shit. Oh, hello, Gene Stealers.
Time to eliminate some Xenos.
Fan-fucking-tastic. And Trotko was a fucking... You piece of shit. 900 health! What the fuck? Oh my god.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Oh good, and they put us in a way that we're all in melee. At least it was just Jay that was knocked down, I guess. Not really saying much there, but hey, it's something.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
If I activate this, will it...
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Oh, seriously? Ow.
Let's set this in motion.
Oh, I forgot to...
Easy.
That's alright. Why do I only have a 30% chance to hit? Fuck.
I know what to do. They won't expect this.
this thing run away? Cool. Or it'll just stay right there.
I am a navigator.
That's
not a
fantastic.
servitor. Name them. Make them bleed.
Why are these guys doing 1 trillion damage? What the fuck? Oh, and this thing has 1600 health. Oh, well, that's just wonderful.
A dance of blades and shadows.
What the actual fuck? Oh, and they all just get parried. What is this thing they have? Perfect coordination. All living allies. Oh, so they all just get enormous bonuses? What? Fucking... Okay.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Cool. Oh, boy. Wow.
Done and done.
Alright, well, that made it a little bit better, I think. We'll see.
Make them bleed. My masters.
If this is my death,
Should have stayed back, Shireen.
Oh,
Okay, now I'm really riled up.
great. Okay.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Okay. Cool.
We bring deliverance. Not my worst day. Oh, yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, no, this is
Me.
fine.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
This is fine. I just
If I
need...
may,
No, I can't move there because this stabby McStab stab over here will just cut my fucking balls off, I'm sure.
Me.
Maybe oh, that's still okay.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Indeed.
Someone just hit the ground?
I'm stupid. Well, I guess
Me?
it's fucking over
If you
because I've
insist,
got
Lord
2
Captain.
people left.
Name them. Make them bleed.
I can do that with the right incentive.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Tried that I would raise a little.
I supposed to do? So why are they getting this enormous bonus? Honestly, I should probably just... When was my last save? All the way here. Maybe I can... Maybe I can salvage this. Maybe I can salvage this. Targains.
Am I getting paid for this?
Just take all this damage buff, because honestly, I'm probably about to get blasted
This
here.
battlefield air is good for my lungs.
And
Tell
yeah,
me,
take
and
that,
it is done.
get a bunch of free stats, get some
You've
resolve.
got a problem, I've got a prize. I can do that. I want a medal for that one.
No! These Ruka flashes are choking me.
Nope, it's over.
Don't know
That.
what to do.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I mean, fucking Christ. Okay, it's fine. Why the fuck am I all the way back here? No. Oh my god, no. Are you kidding me? No. No, 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 no. Why the hell would it take me back there? That was like 50 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Whatever, it's fine. I just don't understand why this game doesn't just auto-save when you get to a, like, new zone. Oh, this is the... It didn't save since... Okay. Well, I'm just gonna try and get through this as fast as humanly possible. And I have to attack Nomos again. I don't even remember what I was doing. Like, what part? Okay, whatever. Well, I can't wait to load into a new map and then have to do all that horse shit again. Okay. So, I got up to Janus. And then I was going up to... Alright, and then we got the emergency BS. I'll just do this again and hopefully this time not get fucking my eyes and head ripped off of my body.
Onward to victory.
Outstanding. Now back to the front line.
Okay, so I'll save here, I guess.
Stay sharp.
Alright. And now he's gonna fly off like a dick.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Repent or perish!
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Thy song guides me.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may.
Okay, I can
It will be done.
try to grab all these guys. I can do this. And
At your beck and
grab
call.
this, I guess. And I'll brace for impact. Okay. I assume this thing also has a... Yeah, okay, great. So, it gets a bonus based on every living friend. That's fantastic.
I shall not fail. As the tenets demand. Death is a blessing.
guess I do this, or do I just nuke everything?
The
I'll do this.
undying Emperor whispers his will.
Because at least this is a way I can guarantee doing some damage.
As
do a
honor
Gift of
ordains.
Torment. So this way I'll have a really decent amount of like bonus stats. Damn it.
The shadows will see.
Okay, excellent.
Come. The other side awaits.
Okay. So how many? Down to 59. Perfect. Still way too much, but I mean, hey.
Trust me.
Oh, it has
There
the
is
ability to
only
parry.
death. Yours or mine.
Fantastic.
Duty go hand in hand.
Still standing.
Just a minor setback. What is a ring?
Thank you, Abelard, for being the tank I always need.
It will be done.
And again,
Indeed.
and we're just gonna pop all the things.
I will do my duty.
Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Okay.
Let's set this in motion.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
I know what to do.
One of these guys.
Costly mistake. I said, so done. They won't expect this.
High momentum.
I define.
Death is a blessing.
I know what to do.
Okay. That's really all I can do. Oh. Yeah, okay, sure. Of course. Yeah.
Done and done.
Oh, okay, that's so fucking annoying. Alright. That makes this so much harder. Alright,
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I shall not fail. Trust me.
okay, we're gonna do this. And I am gonna
As
stab the
tenets
shit out of you.
demand.
There we go. And now...
This goes against the tenets. As honor ordained, killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay, well that's one down.
I shall not fail. Trust me. The shadows will see it done.
reduce this thing's
Isn't
health
this
already?
a job for the serfs?
No. Okay. Well,
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Deliverance.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The divas with the
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
okay. So I need to deal with these dumbasses. And then there's another fucking acolyte over there. Great.
Aim for the heart next time. As the tenants demand.
Okay. Good. Please don't kill Kybella somehow. Please no. Fucking hell. Okay.
Running binaric override.
Well, they're almost out of their stupid fucking garbage.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request vulnerability analysis successful. Running binaric override.
Okay. Well, I think we've got this under control now.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. It
What?
will be done.
Right. Well, I
Don't
guess
get
take
too cocky.
this.
I
And
can do that
this.
with the right incentive.
And
Am I
this
getting
too,
paid
just
for
in
this?
case.
You jest, surely.
Okay. Did I buff her already?
I
did
am
not.
a navigator,
Too bad.
not a servitor. If I
Or maybe
may,
it lets me just hit them again. I don't know. Alright, Mr. Acolyte. I'm gonna need you to fuck right off.
Trust me.
Please and thank you.
I shall not fail. As honor ordained.
Good.
As the tenants demand.
Now, please get the fuck away from my team. And
in the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I am your blade and shield.
Alright.
As honor ordained, I feel nothing, fear nothing. Trust me. An offering of blood. As honor ordains. No, trust me.
Goodbye.
The other side
You
awaits.
piece of crap. Good. You are unharmed, Doman. The temple. The Vizier is waiting. He can help. Let me take you. Examine the spinner. Einrich was shooting to kill, and a perfectly aimed shot has torn the young man's lungs to shreds. It is a wonder he is not choked on his own blood already. I wish to know the name of my rescuer. Spinner Gyorek. I guess I'll take the cultist blade. I will be glad if with my weapon the Doman cuts the threads of the traitors. Take me to the temple. That was such a fucking annoying fight. Holy crap.
Every moment a chance for greatness. Forge ahead, never linger.
Thread after thread, death after death, the giver of life wove his path. Yes, I have heard. Twice did he find himself caught between undeath and unlife, and twice did the undying one reject him, for the time had not yet come. Once again, the tenets of the web lead us along the thread of righteous struggle. The foe, the flagship's tormentor, has now, until now unseen, has shown its faces last. My blades have left their sheaths, and duty commands them to slake their thirst with monstrous blood. The spinner that brought me here is severely wounded. Do whatever it takes to keep him alive. This is also the desire of the Undying One. He has not whispered the name of young Gyorek, so we may heal him. Whom are you planning to fight? What's going on in my ship? Violence and turmoil. A mutiny of twisted souls. The traitors speak in a false voice over the Vox. They speak of enforcers and officers who sought to slay their lord captain. But seek they did not. It was the murk-wreathed abominations who threatened the Doman. The flagship is split. Those loyal to the true Doman are fighting those who believe the twisted lie. The faithful are shaken, and the unclean press on, claiming the bays one by one. His voice hums with a dismal energy. They are taking over our home with the hands of the deceived and the lowly. Who is our enemy? It is time to look. He learned about the ravenous star, about the beasts that appear as men, their malignant flesh imbued with Xenos filth. Long has the foe lurked, pouring its lies into the minds and veins of the disparaged. The dawns and dusks of generations followed upon one another, spawning veiled abominations until the holy lord of the Ark stirred in the profane lair of iniquity. The war emerged from the shadows in the chambers, where the living honor death over the ashes, and then spilt forth. The sacred Ark is nearing its ruin, but our lot is not yet cast, our servants not yet broken. The Undying One awaits your deeds to cover you in glory. Can you get our wounds taken care of? We have a lot of people we have to kill today. The Death Spinner mends the wounds of the breathing with a bloody thread. A horde of predators hunts you, Lord of the Ark. Here, in the dark tunnels, the faithful stand in their way, but death is whispering for them, and they will not last long. Go back to your people, Dominbalk, for it is difficult for them to die without your voice. The Voxmaster's pleas still echo through the bays, and the muzzles still bark. The spinners say that the Enforcer's post has not yet fallen. The end is not now. May the tenets of the web guide your blade, Dominbalk. Be swift. I got a thingy. What is this? Uh-huh. Ceremonial blade. Oh, I leveled up. Cool. Sure. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, sure. 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 I'll take that. Sure. Okay.
Onward to victory.
Alright, let's do this. And hopefully not get destroyed. Well, looks like things are just going fan-fucking-tastically up here.
Marching ahead.
The senior officers, aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is
Janice Danrock puts down the rifle and dabs his forehead with a silky handkerchief. Is that my beautiful fat boy? You're still alive and kicking, huh, buddy? Before shoving it under the tight band of the ammunition belt across his chest, his gilded frock coat is overlaid with a bullet-riddled and melted flak vest that barely fits around his voluminous waist. Behind him, a motley band of enforcers, armed clerks, and laborers greet you with enthusiastic shouts. A group of captives, silent and dejected, sit a short distance away. I'm delighted to see you in good health, your lordship. I'm afraid my report on the inspection of the ship's storehouses will be slightly delayed due to extraordinary circumstances. The enforcers reported that you had been sighted in this compartment, and I humbly believed it was my duty to head for the freight line with this very modest army. Would you kindly move a little to the right, your lordship? The factotum. The factotum blows the head off a heretic with a precise shot, then lowers his rifle. Much obliged. I take it the inspection did not go well. Factotum looses the straps on his flak vest slightly and gives a satisfied groan. It was going splendidly until we were rudely interrupted by the traitorous mutants. I am afraid I have temporarily had to requisition weapons and uniforms for myself and my militia. But do not worry, every spent bullet will be accounted for and added to the unplanned extermination of heretics column in the ledger. Whatever I pay this guy, it is not enough. I did not expect you to be so skilled with a rifle, Janris. I'm flattered, your lordship. I can assure you that smiting heretics is no more difficult than shooting up serfs at my aunt's birthday party. In fact, fighting an armed opponent may even add a certain spice. I see that all the crew's clans are working together to retake my vessel. You are indeed correct, your lordship. Serfs, enforcers, officers, tech priests, and tunnel rats have all united in their fight against the rebellious scum. The only ones missing are the Inferni. It seems they were the backbone of this mutiny, and they strangled all those who were not privy to their dastardly plan. Yet, as you can see, our enemies also include those who swore an oath to you not so long ago. Crew members who fell for the rebel propaganda. It is your choice whether to sentence them yourself or to leave the execution to me after you have departed on your business. How bad is the situation on the ship? Quite bad. But it could have been far worse if it were not for Mistress Sourback's paranoia and insufferable temper. As you well know, she has a nasty habit of expecting betrayal from everyone except your lordship. She had therefore taken care to drop special protocols for all sorts of mutiny, and had stationed agents on every deck. When the riot began, those agents took out many of the seditious officers and mounted a defense. In addition, I have been informed of at least 3 cases in which the officers inciting the enforcers to mutiny were shot by Yocasta's personal aides. It looks he had already been keeping an eye on her least reliable subordinates. I should give the Emperor a candle in gratitude for making her such a suspicious egg. I should warn you that many of the rebels were carrying enforcers' equipment during the battle. Apparently they took it from the soldiers assisting in the rescue efforts. Those traitors from the Infernus Guild stabbed them in the back. Be careful. What do you intend to do next? Why, I intend to die for you, your lordship. But I must admit we are quite exhausted from fighting our way here, and we are not really suited to being an assault squad. I think your lordship should head for the enforcer's post. You'll be safer there. Meanwhile, we will take a breather and smoke a few more dozen heretics out of their holes. God Emperor willing, I will not have to die a glorious death with your name on my lips, after all, and will instead begin auditing the damage the ship has suffered, as well as the losses among the crew. It is a routine procedure, one in which I have become quite proficient.
Let's see this through.
Alright, so we've got these guys and then usual morons.
Venture forth.
Alright, time to go up. Deal with a bunch more bullshit, I'm sure.
Stay sharp.
Just have taken... Oh.
Just as I was taught.
Let's seize the moment.
What the fuck is that? Ooh. Train car to smash them all. Rush in and save my people. I gotta save my peeps.
Aim for the heart next time.
Is there a point? Not really. They'll probably die anyway, but... it's a matter of try.
Me? If you you insist, Lord Captain.
That won't stop me.
Let's see, how far does this go? Not far enough, damn. Oh, all I can do then is this, I suppose.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
High momentum.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Forward. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Easy. Contemplate your weakness. You clearly are outmatched. Let's set this. Contemplate your weakness. As said, so done and done. I know what to do. As said, so done. Let's set this in motion.
Oh, sorry, did not mean to hit the mic there. Oh, little enforcement man, why would you do something like that? You don't just stab a target and then run away from it, that's just stupid.
As honor ordains. Trust me.
My vow is to serve. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. The Omnissiah knows all. Comprehend all.
Best believe not gonna breathe
Request
without
approval to
this
complex
heart.
an equation. Your life is a negligible variable. Vulnerability analysis successful.
Emperor, protect me!
Oh dear. Ow. Oh, don't do it. No, my poor enforcer boy.
I know what to do. Now it's done. Easy. Contemplate your weakness. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Oh dear. Oh my god. Do I get to... Okay. Just insta-kill me. That's fine. No, that's fun. Does he get to do another 40 attacks now? Oh, no, it just... Cool. Alright. Fun.
I'll do what it takes.
It's just so fucking annoying. Oh, and he gets to go again! Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? He better be able to do another 4 attacks, I'm sure. Yup. Mm-hmm. So far...
sound approach.
Yeah.
Indeed.
You know what? It is what it is. It's just annoying.
A moving target lives longer. Don't get too cocky.
Just do more damage and have more resolve.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Am I just... Why can't I move? Okay, well,
As the tenets demand.
so let's do that. That's all I can do.
Look out!
Only the faithful will have. I've suffered worse.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
There is only death. Yours or mine. Death comes in silence. The shadows will see it done. I cannot serve you in this way. Killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me.
If I may.
The true believers will inherit all.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. As honor ordains. As the tenets demand. Let your soul be purged. The shadows will come. The other side awaits. As honor ordains.
Jump.
Trust me.
Jump.
Let your soul be purged. Caught by the web. Death is a blessing.
Okay.
All souls cry out for salvation.
Be done with all my fucking skin patches by the time this shit's over. Do I have any more skin patches? I should still have some. There they are.
I will find a way to repay you.
Yeah, this build is not very good, I feel like.
Onward to victory. was easy. Forge ahead. Never linger.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and wherever you are, we urge you not to anyone. There are traitors everywhere. Southern forces and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
Marching ahead.
Watch out.
Uh-oh.
The Vizier. Would he be
Keep your
proud?
guard up.
Am I? I do what I must.
Keep your senses keen.
Just as I was taught.
Vault containing service equipment.
I am your shadow. Though I gave thee my blood and my pain,
Stay sharp.
thou hast ordained that I shall live.
Oh, what the fuck is this? Are you kidding me with this shit? Ooh, boy. Well, I guess I got no other choice, huh? The Harvester. The woman before you radiates an alien beauty. The bony crest on her forehead, the violet tint of her skin, and the graceful clawed fingers give away her Xenos heritage. Her robes resemble that of the old mutant you put to death in the family crypt, and her posture is regal and powerful. Sapphire light oozes from beneath the half-lowered eyelids, and a haughty smirk stretches her lips. Biting whispers burst through your head, digging into your mind and probing your thoughts, tasting them. The woman does not move her lips, but you hear a voice speak. You fight in vain, genetic remnant. We have already won. The Sire's song echoes in the dreams of those who are pure. The rest are destined for oblivion. The Sire's sorrowful phalanx has extended, and soon the others will follow. Whatever you plan to attempt, it matters no more. You are touched by corruption. You know that your doom is nigh, cursed soul. I propose a complete surrender. I guarantee you a spacious cage in my trophy room, inhuman scum. I have no chance on any of those.
An offering of blood.
Trophy.
I've been ambushed. No, I really haven't. I literally saw them. Okay. So I have 0 chance of disarming these. Fantastic. Oh my god. What is this? Why would this be, like... How is this a fun fight? Like, honestly. Who looks at this and is just like, oh man, you know what would be really fun? If during the fight, they couldn't move anywhere because there's traps every 5 fucking feet. So they have to then spend the first 2-3 turns of it just constantly disabling traps. Like, wow, yeah, you're right. That sounds terrible.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Oh, I can make them pop the traps. Okay, now hold on, hold on. We might have something funny here then.
If you insist, Lord.
Okay, never mind. I rescind my complaints.
I'm a navigator, not a servitor. In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I said, so done. They won't expect this. No foe too great. I know what to do. Easy. Costly mistake. Done and done. Let's set this in motion.
See, can I jump this? Ooh, I can.
You are clearly outmatched. Didn't see that one coming, did you? You clearly are outmatched. They won't expect this. You are clearly outmatched. For the dynasty! Costly mistake. I know what to do. Count me out.
The Vicia, would he be proud? Am I? I bring mercy and retribution. I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. Come, the other side awaits.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
What's his demolition? 50? Not great.
Is that my blood?
Jesus. Stop shooting. Stop it.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
I don't see it this way.
Really? Okay.
Shameful failure.
Let's see, so this is the Harvester.
As said, so done. Let's set this. Didn't see that one coming, did you? You clearly are outmatched. Easy. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Looks like I'll need more augmentations. Watch my back. You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky.
Alright, Pascal. Nuke these suckers.
My vow is to serve. Significant value.
They'll
what?
write legends about me.
Another free turn. And now we do the stabs.
You clearly are
We
outmatched.
do the swish swish stabs.
Done and done. A costly mistake. I know what to do. Let's set this in motion. Easy.
I know what I'm doing. Usually.
That's how it's done.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may. Dare you!
Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed. Trust me.
That is how it's done.
Only the faithful will ascend.
Abelard, stab this man in his throat.
Follow my lead.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Beyond the science, I venerate you, machine spirits. Vital functions successfully terminated.
I do what I must.
I'll get XP from these. I do. Huh.
Just as he ordained. The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I? Just as I was taught.
Improved weapon. I still don't want it. Okay, activate the Vox station. To all who remain loyal to the dynasty, this is the Lord Captain speaking. I am still alive and continuing the fight against the mutineers. Lord Captain, God Emperor be praised. Describe the situation to me. Mistress Sauerback and the enforcers are defending the officer's deck. I'm also here coordinating the loyalist forces. The key compartments are holding, but we have not been able to turn the tide of battle just yet. The bridge has been overrun by the enemy. The master helmsman's fate is unknown. Why has the bridge not been taken back yet? Judging by the density of the defenses, it is where the rebel leader is holed up. Mistress Sauerback has launched 3 assaults so far without its success. We are taking control of the elevator shaft to launch another assault, but the platform has been destroyed and the emergency elevator can only accommodate a small force. No one dares to give commands on my bridge. Lower the emergency elevator. I'm coming. Understood. May the God Emperor protect you, Lord Captain.
Let's see this through.
So how does this work? Psychic power costs 50 momentum and can only be used when momentum is 175 or higher. I mean, fuck it. Well, what else am I gonna get? Might as well. Should upgrade our willpower. It's so bad right now. Weapons go. Sure. Maxed out willpower, so I guess I'll get fellowship. Let's get some ballistics going. Alright. Well, Heinrich, it was fun.
But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to blow a hole in your head. An exact copy of you sits on the throne. A sinister devil crawled into this reality from behind the looking glass. His gaze meets yours, and the world expands sharply, crushing you with an overwhelming sense of your own insignificance. From somewhere far away, across millions of light years, a god is looking at you through those eyes. He sees you, and he is hungry, insatiably, unquenchably so. His very presence is unbearable. It washes over your mind, twisting and crushing it. You feel a wet crack inside your skull, and blood comes pouring out of your eyes and nose. You hear stifled groans behind you. Even standing near this entity is torturous for anyone who possesses psychic powers. You are snapped out of your stupor by Ravor's harsh bellow. The Master Helmsman's eyes are empty, his pale lips curling in fury. Not one step further, void scum. I sentence you to death for endangering the Lord Captain's safety. Master Helmsman, are you out of your mind? The rogue traitor stands before you. Step aside before I shoot you for treason and insubordination. No, Abelard. The rogue traitor sits upon the throne, and you dare drag this reactor sludge onto the bridge. You must have grown senile in your own age, old age, Seneschal, if you cannot even distinguish his lordship from an impostor. Ravor, you saw me fall to the lower decks in that elevator with your own eyes. Rock shit. The Lord Captain never left the bridge. We dropped the elevator to keep the mutineers out. You are not yourself. I must stop you for your own good. No, the Lord Captain is in danger. I must protect. Get off my throne. Abelard, there's a vile creature sitting on my throne. Get rid of it. Just his grip on his weapon and growls. Only one man may sit on the throne of the rogue traitor, and that is Balk von Valancius. Wretched pretenders, craven Xenos, enemies of humanity, their only rightful place is in a pool of blood at the Lord of the Dynasty's feet. The bridge shudders as a crushing roar billows across it. Behind the facade of that leering face, you glimpse the monstrous shadow, the shadow in the void that wants only to devour you. Oh. Oh God.
Oh, those poor Xenos wretches.
Oh, it has 2,000 HP. Hit increased by... It's scary. Oh my God. Oh, and all the enemies get this ability. Oh, Christ. Okay, well, Abelard, front and center, buddy. Everyone else? They're all gonna be hiding back over here.
Oh, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna just quick save right here. Okay. Well, I suppose I'll just have everything
I'm
group
not
the
so
fuck up.
accustomed.
So I can get as many targets as I
Isn't this a
can
job
with
for the
this.
serfs?
Activate this.
Me?
Boost you up.
If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As said, so done. I know what to do.
Wait, what? Does this thing do damage every time? Seen anything? The hell is... Maybe it's an effect I have? The character suffers when using any Psyker or Navigator power. Great. Okay. Well, that sucks.
They won't expect this.
Alright. Well,
As
I'm
said,
gonna pop
so
this just so I can get high momentum. And I'm gonna cast this so everything starts burning. And then let's see, where am I in the turn order here? I don't know. I don't think I want to jump into them because I don't know if I will be dead or not. Activate that. Okay, no, I do need to go here. Just a second. We got 2 marksmen up on the side here.
As honor ordains. Trust me. Come. The other side awaits. As honor ordains.
Okay.
I know what to do.
Shit! No! Fucking... I just wasted... Okay, it didn't activate it.
Let's set
Okay,
this
thank
in
God.
motion. You clearly are outmatched. Contemplate your costly mistake.
Okay. Okay.
Easy. I said, so done.
I want to serve!
Okay,
I know
let's...
what to do.
I'm just curious to see how this looks like.
says it only does. That's not much. Maybe it's more than I'm. Oh. Okay. Okay. No. That seemed good.
Easy. Let's set this in motion.
That seemed like a good amount of damage. I might as well activate this because it's like, yeah, it hurts, but I have a bunch of temporary wounds, so I might as well give myself more armor. Okay.
Wanna see a trick?
Okay. Oh, because it's increased damage against Xenos. Interesting.
I know what to do.
Okay.
They won't
Curious to
expect
see.
this. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Okay. Now it's done taking damage and it's calling its reinforcements. Oh good, one of them's right by Pascal. Jesus. It's not summon just garbage either. Those are all pretty scary ass enemies. Okay. So it's immune to damage.
Easy. I
Okay.
said, contemplate your weakness.
I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? I'd like to, but I can't.
Alright, because I already used it on him.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. I can
You know
do
what,
that
Pascal?
with the right incentive.
Go for it, buddy. Oh, crap. Those guys have a lot of HP. Because they're using chainsaws. Holy fuck. I feel like things are about to go tits up very quick here. Yeah, shit. Oh, Pascal, buddy. I'm wishing the best for you, but I have a feeling you are about to get swarmed.
Running by Derek Override. Request approved.
Never cross a Kazbalikan.
It will be done. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. It will be done.
Done and done.
My vow is to serve. Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all. Significant value.
Okay. Hey, we got one. Will we get any more than that? I don't know. Buddy coming. Oh god.
Another color has faded.
Bye, Pascal. You tried your best, buddy. So it's a new turn now, right? So it's not immune to damage anymore. Okay. How the fuck am I gonna deal with any of this shit?
Me.
I guess just drag everything a little closer. I still have an extra turn.
I'll paint
Yeah,
your
sure. Go for it.
death in colors.
I know what to do. Awfully mistake.
My, that's quite a bit of damage.
One step ahead. Let's set this in.
That's a lot of damage, actually. Holy crap. Oh, how much? Oh, that's why.
I said done and done.
Yeah. So if I use this again, increasing the damage of the sword by the... Oh. So, by 40?
Unpleasant.
That sounds broken as hell. So am I gonna jump here and this thing's gonna instant die? No, but that's a pretty decent amount of damage.
Easy. That is how it's done. They won't expect this. Contemplate your weakness.
And even more chainsaw boys. And another gene stealer. Anything else? Oh god. That did so much damage. Holy shit. I have way too many buffs. I can't tell what the fuck is
I know what to do. As said, so done. Let's set this in. You clearly are outmatched. Done and done. I know what to do.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
I said, didn't see that one coming, did you?
I will leave footprints of scarlet. The shadows will see it done.
With purpose.
So I can do this again. Does it just count as a I want to see.
Bloodied yet still
No,
standing.
okay. Don't kill. Don't kill. Okay, thank God. Oh dear.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Let's see, can I...
Living on the edge. Don't get too cocky.
Let me give you another 4 million resolve real quick. And, sure, you know what? Do even more damage. What do I care? And then,
I can do
Cassia,
that
you can
with
go.
the right incentive.
If I may, isn't this
And
a
I'll
job for
boost
the
up
serfs?
Adelard's health, why not? Oof.
Unpleasant.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Okay.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Contemplate your weakness. A costly mistake. I know what to do. Shall endure my wrath.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
As honor ordains.
You know what? Jumpy spin. Yeah, get fucked.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. Death is a blessing.
Oh no,
As
what
the
happened?
tenants
Gene
demand,
Stealers?
I
Did you
would that I could. Trust me.
fucking get shit on?
I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. The shadows will see. As the tenets demand.
They clearly did not program this scene with the sort of faith programmed in, because it's just glued in my hand. The hulking carcass of the monster lies in front of you. The amber fire has left its baneful eyes, departed along with the last drops of foul blood oozing from its wounds. In the distance, the master helmsman slowly regains consciousness. He immediately recoils from the dead creature, swearing profanely. Lord Captain, I'm guilty as charged. I was not myself. I fell for the filthy Xenos tricks like a green cabin boy. I make no excuses. I know the rules, and I request capital punishment. Strike off my head and be done with it. It's not your fault. The Xenos had tremendous psychic power, and the old tub will have to put up with me a while longer. I appreciate your clemency, Lord Captain. Lord Captain. The vessel has been secured. The mutineers in all compartments have lost the will to fight all at once. Some have fainted while others have gone into shock or panic. I believe they sense that their despicable overlord was dead. These things can dominate anyone's mind. Are you sure there are no traitors among your people? Not anymore. Several enforcer squads were compromised, but I shut down the ventilation system in those compartments and asphyxiated them. Once we are done here, we will enter with flamers, burn the bodies, and do a personal sweep. Anyone suspicious goes out the airlock. I've heard about your contingency plan. Your foresight is commendable. It is the duty of the Master-at-Arms to anticipate any threat to the ship's safety, even one as unusual as an uprising by genetic aberration supported by the highest ranking officers. Captain Hratko had been infected by Xenos. I killed him. He was always a self-important bastard and a sycophant, but he honored the creed. Even he did not deserve to become one of these creatures. Where is the Infernus Master now? The traitor tried to finish me off. The entire traitorous bloodline should have been sealed in a tank of Physaline, thrown into the void and blown up a long time ago. The Whoreson has mounted a defense in Bay 45 F1, but my people have his gang cornered. We'll get him soon enough. Her servo skull rattles to life and projects a hologram onto the deck. A blurred replica of Heinrich Montag stares at you, blood oozing from a wound on his temple. One of his hands is bound with a tourniquet, and he is lighting an Iho stick with the other. Hey, Bridge, do you copy? I see you have not yet changed the access psalms. Are you celebrating your victory, Balk? Are you gonna beg for mercy? Will you grant me mercy, Balk? I doubt it. The Infernus Master appears serious, somber. The usual cheerful insolence has vanished from his face. I wanted to see my face before I die. I want you to see my face before I die. Commit it to memory. One day you will realize what sacrilege you have committed, and in that moment you will remember me. You addled, pathetic Ashmag. Just do yourself a favor and give up the ghost, Heinrich. By killing your sire, did you feel that abomination die? We all felt every single moment of the blessed angel's agony, and then he died and our dream died with him. You snuffed it out and stomped it like an Iho stick bud. Now his song will not return to our dreams. The many-armed emperor will not see us. How did that monster, your leader, come to be on my ship? He has been here a long time, longer than you or anyone else. His blessed feet crossed these decks centuries ago, when Theodora's predecessor still called himself Lord Captain. He came from the stars where the many-armed emperor dwells to bear his word, but then he faced a great massacre at the hands of the wicked. And yet the venerable sire kept his message safe and took refuge on this vessel, away from the persecution of heretics. When that false Lord Captain led our ancestors on board, the sire heard their pain and answered their pleas, blessing them with genetic purity. He protected us after that, joining our thoughts together into a single song. He was the true Lord Captain of this ship. Yeah, no, he wasn't, but I mean, okay. Just keep coping. Keep coping, buddy. Now that it's over, will you tell me what the Gene Stealer cult's plan was? You don't know when to stop, do you, Balk? Fine, I'll tell you. We were close to our goal. A few more years, a few more pure converts to the true faith, but the spinners pulled that stunt with the bath and you seized on their tip-off right away. When it came to the telepathic ritual, it became clear that you weren't going to leave us alone and that we'd have to start the harvest season early. Our old Magus appeared to you during the rite and led you on a false trail. He lulled you into a false sense of security by throwing a small portion of our forces to the wolves and sacrificing himself to buy time to prepare for the harvest. We orchestrated the elevator accident, but you survived and interfered. And then I almost intercepted you there on the freight line, but the blood-spun web interfered again. You could have been part of us, part of something great, something real, but you ruined everything. Everything. Were you born a human or an aberration? I am pure. My mother and father both trace their lineage back to the ones who received the gift of genetic perfection from the sire himself. Had there been a few more generations between us, I would have resembled the sire more closely, but each of us has their own calling. I look almost like a false believer, which means that I was destined to be a spy among you. I mean, you already lost, just... And then what? Will you spare us? No! Wouldn't believe you if you had said otherwise. Dude, this is not... No. So without... Okay, so without being able to bite them, they won't... Okay, fine. Fine! I shouldn't. I should not give you any fucking chances, but alright. Yokasta's mongrels have begun their attack. It's time to say goodbye, Balk. It's a pity I couldn't share the blessing of purity with you and make you part of our family. A pity, too, that we couldn't kill you either. But we almost play the cards we are dealt, and now we take our leave the way the true masters of fire should. The finger of truth has 3 sorrowful phalanges. One is shattered, but the Infernus Master smiles widely, pulls a remote control from his pocket and pushes a button. There's a sharp beeping of detonators, a monstrous roar, and the projection disappears. For a while, the sound of flames crackles from the speaker before abruptly cutting off. Thermal charges. The Void Rat blew up the compartment along with himself and the entire team. I wish I could have finished him off with my own hands. I wish you could too, Lord Captain. That was the last pocket of resistance. The mutiny has been suppressed, Lord Captain. The enforcers are now carrying out a sweep of the compartments, and the officers are forming new repair crews to replace the Inferni. The ship's critical systems have been stabilized, and your throne has been liberated. Thousands of Dynasty subjects are waiting for your orders, so all that remains is for you to take the Captain's throne and affirm your dominion. All hail House von Valancius. I did it. I killed all the gene stealers.
I forged my own success.
I didn't let them steal my genes. Random trauma on the target. Oh, that's fun. I think I might just give that to Abelard. I don't think I give a shit about the improved power picks. Nah. I already got one of these. Care about bolt pistols. That's actually pretty good. Area attack, they gain +4 movement. It's fun, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. Well, that could only be used once per combat anyway. Nah, I think I'm good. Okay. Ah, yes, of course, the toilet bowl armor.
Onward to victory.
Okay. The ship is ours. Huzzah! Get fucked, you ugly ass multi-armed fucks.
By the enforcers have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is operating aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the pretender along with all the traitors.
That's a whole lot of blood. Planet of Yezavan. 3 sorrowful phalanges. So I've got this and this done. So does that mean there's like a third cult somewhere I have to kill? Probably.
Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you. Wherever you are, we urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
Okay.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy. It falls to you now, the only true subjects of the dynasty, the common people. In the name of House Hornblood.
Can I... I'm gonna reload the save because it keeps playing that loudspeaker announcement, and that's getting kind of annoying. Okay, I think we're good. One-way road. Okay. Oh, before I do that though, right, forgot because I got distracted by the 17 different fucking fights I had to do back there. But I was gonna go to Dargonis for the whole, like, romance thingy. Oh, wow, where's 860? Damn. Ashton will take care of everything. Your lordship, we are honored by your presence. What is this mess? You see, your lordship, those people wanted to attack. Second lieutenant of the palace guard, Elam Viet, reporting. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combats. Examine the assailants. Observation. These are rare, high-functioning servitor specimens present among the expired units. Such specimens are traditionally bestowed upon the noble houses that are the most loyal to the sacred fellowship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The augmetics of the deceased do differ from the implants that ordinary people wear. Their intricate construction makes it clear that the deceased were not ordinary humans. As far as I know, House Gaprak has received such servitors from the Crimson priesthood as gifts in the past, although this is my first time seeing one. Where's the court chancellor? Clementia Worsarian. I think she is with the rest of House Worsarian, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drivestem has gathered all of the Dargonis nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Worsarian. Why is the governor not here to... Yeah, because he's also in the throne home.
I did it.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
In truth, Mistress Haydari,
I find it hard to believe that a ne'er-do-well such as yourself could be successful in any field, even smuggling.
In truth, Master Viserion, I find it hard to believe that anyone would put out for such a bore as yourself. But you've somehow managed to sire a whole gaggle of offspring.
Okay. Your lordship, 'tis an honor. Governor Urban Drivestone seems to materialize out of thin air. So suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital. Your lordship, you're here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us and to punish the traitors. The governor's words directed at Clementia are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. We've known each other for how many decades now, and we have had our share of disagreements, but do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? The governor sweeps his gaze over Abelard, then replies, a faint shadow of doubt in his voice. We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. Whoop. I am sure that his lordship will arrive at a fair ruling. What are the charges against House Rosarian? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus. Okay. Just treating them like crap. Clemencia, Lordship, House Rosarian denies all charges laid. Okay. What the fuck happened in my absence? What are the rumors of your disappearance? Calm them. Mass unrest. Okay. Fantastic. That's awful. I need to learn more. I gotta find which one of these petty fucks has done. Has ruined everything. I'm honestly probably gonna just burn through most of this dialogue because there's not a lot interesting going on. Say it, kid. My mistake. Oh. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Worsarians were responsible for the mistake, and as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all, and what have you done? How could you... Your lordship, this is my fault. I trusted my son, and have failed you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. And you called my family's honor in question, Urband. Still have to know... We still do not know who was behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, and the assassination attempts. Someone is committing their foul deeds and sowing chaos right under your subjects' noses. To leave the stone unturned would be dangerous. What is this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? By letter. Shoot a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned with the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeeds. In return, I would name the Worsarians as the ones who sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. That and keep my mouth shut. Urban, your son has found the courage to admit his mistake. I will try and find some compassion for him in my heart. Or I can sentence him to death immediately. Jesus. That's so fucked.
Stay sharp.
Alright. Let's check with the Gap racks. Greetings, your lordship. May the ominous eye grant you understanding. The click, her visor oculars, swivel to the seneschal. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to be here under these circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue traitor to reach. Alright, I noticed one of my family members to be in an odd, uncharacteristic mood. Halen Gaprak is my paternal second cousin once removed. May the Emperor save his soul. Usually reserved and self-possessed, today he was frantic and anxious, fidgeting with a small piece of paper and seemingly looking for someone to no avail. When I last saw him, he was headed to the entrance hall where the altars are. Perhaps you should talk to him. Thank you. The altars
Seize
are.
the moment.
Let's go do that. Like where? Oh, there he is, right there. Finally dressed man of middle years is kneeling in front of the altar, his palms folded in prayer close to his face. The implant-free parts of his skin are a sickly blue color. The nobleman does not react to your presence. He does not lift his head. He does not blink. He does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is dead. Color of House Gaprak. I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there is a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. There's no one to ask about what happened here, or with whom this man... I'd like to ask Urban where the palace guard suddenly disappeared to. Kybella quickly examines the body. This man was poisoned, a paralyzing toxin. The victim cannot scream, call for help, attract attention, or even breathe. A good tool for silent killing. I have made use of it in the past. Oh wow, I have no fucking, yeah. Registering an injection site. Search the pockets. Look around. Step away from the corpse.
Onward to victory.
Alright, now to talk to the Sourbacks. Carius. And, Fantastic, you are no help. So okay. So someone's pulling some bullshit here.
Let's see this through. Anyone really, okay. Alright, I must take my leave, so I think I have to talk to the drive stems again. Palace and no one noticed. Did you see Macarius Sourback today before I arrived? Lead me to a bench. Quickly now. Take me to the bench. Stay sharp. Now that's interesting.
As it should be.
Okay, I have checked out the bench. Alright, I think I am ready to create a verdict on this. Many faces are watching you, each and every one awaiting the rogue trader's verdict with bated breath. The charges brought by Governor Drivestem were fabricated. House Wersarian had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plots targeting the rogue trader. However, the real perpetrators are here in this very room. Ooh. What the hell? Okay. I think I clicked on my other monitor. Alright. The Seneschal nods to you as if urging you to continue, then shifts his piercing gaze to the crowd before you. Rebrand Drivestem, you have accused House Wersarian of violations that were in truth the result of a grave error committed by your son. The governor closes his eyes, fear and shame getting the better of him. Some faces in the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more wearing expressions of self-satisfied contempt. Millard looks from the governor to you and suddenly shakes his head as if to say no, it's not Drivestem pulling the strings. Toriana Gaprock, a member of your family, orchestrated an assassination attempt against me here in my own palace, and though he was already found dead, his act is reason enough to forever brand your houses as traitors. Mocking whispers creep through the crowd. Toriana is trembling faintly. She still does not raise her head, perhaps out of fear of meeting her face to face. Seneschal's hard gaze softens, an elusive gesture visible only to you. Conveys the message, Toriana Gaprock is guilty only of her own poor judgment. I know that House Sauerback offered their help to the Gapracks, and the late Eadhalan Gaprack seemed to have accepted the offer. I suspect that you are responsible for his death as well. Sauerback furrows his brow and slightly cocks his head. He averts his gaze for the first time, as if trying to remember or make sense of something. You notice some restless movements behind him. Abelard narrows his eyes and scrutinizes Macarius Sauerback and his retinue standing behind him. His sharp eyes light up when he catches sight of something important and hidden in the crowd. The Seneschal looks at you and nods as if to say, the puppeteer has given themselves away. Pronounce the verdict. In the conspiracy against the rogue trader, I find House Sauerback guilty. Seneschal, you may take it from here. Carius, I must admit I have always admired your bluntness, but just as I once had to say goodbye to a promotion because of my dislike for intrigue, you and your family might soon say goodbye to your heads. Tell me now, is in your blunt fashion, are you loyal to House von Valancius? Sauerback narrows his eyes, grimacing. I am loyal, Wersarian. You are not lying, but someone else is. Someone who is poised to destroy both you and your family for her own gain. Macarius does not have time to respond. Regina, who is standing beside him, raises her arm as if to slap the elderly Seneschal. Abelard deftly catches her wrist, stopping her hand right in front of his face. Her dainty hand is adorned with a massive augmetic ring topped with a thin spike, dripping with venom. Sauerback shifts his confused gaze from his wife to Abelard, then back again. The stiff arrogance has vanished from his posture. Regina, you? Mother. Upon realizing what has happened, Hetka recoils from his mother.
Lucaris, your bluntness makes you an open book. When I talked about helping the Gaprax, you had no idea what I was referring to. Your wife, on the other hand, her eyes started shifting like you would not believe. Regina Sauerback, you alone betrayed the rogue trader, jeopardizing the prosperity of the von Valancius trade dynasty. And you alone are responsible for your unmasking. Regina, why would you do this? Because Dargonus is serving an impostor. The true heir of the Proctorate bears a different name. When Kunrat had appeared on Dargonus, he paid me a visit, and opened my truth to the situation, and opened my legs to his dick. Anyway, Theodora was killed by the one she had so unwarily taken under her wing. Macarius is too narrow-minded to even consider opposing the rogue trader, even an illegitimate one, so I had to wait for the right moment, and the disappearance of the Lord Captain could not have come at a better time. It was quite simple to trigger a chain of events on Dargonus so that the people remembered Master Voitvir's past service. It seemed that many of your subjects do not actually consider you a worthy successor. Why the Worsarians? Because when stripped of the Seneschal's protection, this house is the weakest one on all of Dargonus. And they are also particularly disliked by the governor's family. It would have been easy to bury the Worsarians under accusations of heresy. Who aided you? There's no way you managed all of this on your own. Of course I didn't. I have too many helpers to list them all. But rest assured, there are plenty of them. Just as there are plenty of people who follow Master Voitvir. My death will not change anything. The true rogue trader will come and take his rightful place when the time is right. Why did you kill Halen Gaprak? Halen was a good agent, but he was also a coward. He came to me just before our formidable rogue trader arrived. He was ready to confess everything. I suggested that he plead for the Emperor's forgiveness first. And he did grant him mercy, did he not? Abelard, sentence this bitch. Abelard turns his gaze to you. Does the rogue trader condemn only the rotten apple or the entire barrel? I'm not gonna kill a whole family just because this bitch is horny for traitors. In that case, Regina Sauerback shall be subjected to intense interrogation followed by execution. Shouldn't have been evil. Frankly speaking. Just shouldn't have done it. Regina Sauerback is sentenced to death for heresy and crimes against the von Valancius trade dynasty. Oh. I don't remember that part. Jesus. Lord Captain, you have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on matters that his servants and trustees could solve. But in this case, your intervention was necessary, not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Regina Sauerback, evidently Kunrad's accomplice. Evidently, Kunrad's accomplices continue to plot against your proctorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Worsarian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without and impudence within. Abelard pauses for a moment, staring off into the distance. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I could ensure that they survive in the future without me. What are you gonna do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened and the role I played in it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later, when we are back on board the ship. Alrighty. Would you like to give the order to begin your enchanting meeting with Mistress Kybella? Oh. Oh, I don't know. I think before anything else, I gotta take care of something. Give me like 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's get our second date over with, I guess. Fabulous, I shall see to all the arrangements. There will be a short wait, but I assure you both you and your companion will find this evening unforgettable. Something has changed in Kybella. As she stands next to you, you take in her posture, her movements, her gestures. Every detail in her appearance is different in some way. She has chosen to forego the regalia of the blood-spun web on this occasion, and neither does she emanate an aura of frightening lethality. She casts an eye over the space prepared for you, then glances at the master of ceremonies with a languid drawl. She says, I must give credit to your subjects, Damenbalk. Their eagerness to satisfy your wishes is enough to melt one's heart. Anything to please his lordship and his lovely companion. Good Kybella. You remember Kybella as she was at the first event organized by the High Factotum. However, her former outlandishness has completely vanished, as if she had spent her whole life attending only the most lavish receptions and enjoying the high society of the upper decks. She even looks like she is actually enjoying all the attention. The servants and junior officers stand at attention. It seems that Kybella's newfound parlor confidence has made a strong impression on them. All eyes are on her, as though she were emitting some form of invisible yet deeply alluring glow. This enthusiasm for social occasions is unexpected, Kybella. My desire to appear among the people in your circle surprises you, Dom and Bulk? How so? Does it not please you that I wish to be a part of your world, embrace it, surrender to it? I was rather graceless on my first excursion out into the upper decks, but that will not happen again. You hear a murmur of adoration from all around you. I simply marvel at the change. I'm glad that you have found a way to enjoy the pastimes that are customary to my peers. Is the least I could do. Thank you for introducing me to it. Kybella casts one more look at the band. Thank you. You have truly gone above and beyond to impress your lord. My Mistress Kybella, your praise is the greatest reward. For humble servants who bask in the radiance of your attention. He bows and scrapes before retreating with an overly courteous expression. Well then, shall we? Ah, it's just a nice little dinner. Absolutely delighted. Last time I failed to grasp the sheer beauty of moving in the highest circles. Genuinely feel comfortable in this role. I was surprised when I heard you had voiced a desire to make another appearance. The better I understand the world you live in, Dom and Balk, the better a shadow I can be for you, and the finer blade I can be in the hand of the undying one's servant. Eyes are glassy, suggesting that all her thoughts are now turned inward. She resembles an empty shell, governed by a mere fraction of her mind. While the rest of it eludes your sight, you notice that her hand that is lying on the table is not completely still. Her finger, with subtle twitches, is tracing a familiar pattern. Kybella, you alright? What do you mean? I'm here with you. Where else could I be? Several long minutes pass in the suffocating silence. The hour is getting late. Could you show me a view of the hive? I would like to see your domain. Sure? Tangled network of streets and bridges, the main hive spreads far below. People buzzing about in lit areas seem no larger than gnats at this distance. Bella stares past the balustrade with wide eyes, seemingly mesmerized by the view, by the great beckoning fall. She leans forward and then clutches the handrail so tightly her knuckles turn white, gasping in wonder. It's enough to make your head spin, isn't it? I've never seen such heights before in my life. No distance on the ship comes close to this. I feel like the emptiness might swallow me whole. It's beautiful. With you I feel different. Nothing like the tenants say I must. There is so much more to life than my clan's deck. And discovering it has unraveled my world. I am your blade, I am your shield, and today, here and now, I vow to do whatever it takes to become the perfect weapon in your hands. Already I am changing. Dumb in bulk. She looks at you with burning eyes. Tell me, does this Bella please you? I need the real you, not a blade. But the tenants, what about... I've tried so hard. I thought it's what you needed the most, but the real me, how can I alone ever be enough for you? I mean, that... Because, I mean, you know, it's how romance works and stuff. You want the person for the person. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. Alright. It's so weird to fucking try and voice romances and stuff. Okay.
Could watch you like this forever, swathed in the bliss of passion's wake.
Uh-huh. It's not weird to say. Standing over me. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Let's see, was there anything else I had to do here on Dargonis? I don't understand why it gives two options there. pretty looking sword. What is ritual cut? This attack deals double damage, but the target's dodge against this attack is increased by 50%. Interesting. That's cool. What the fuck? I am right there. Forewarning, unidentified anomaly. Suspicious ships. This is where the whole thing with what's his name is going on. But well, hell, let's check this stuff out. Okay, we got weird cargo. I suppose cargo is not quite the correct term. It is a crowd of people in worn military uniforms of the Imperium. They insist that you are their commander who saved them from Kamara. If their account is to be believed, some masked Xenos who spoke in riddles somehow managed to transport them on board. Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know that they could act. Was there a Xenos in flashy clothes speaking in rhymes by any chance? No, your lordship, and I doubt that such a conspicuous character could have slipped by unnoticed. I will inform you if the crew reports seeing anyone like that. Provide them with cabins and put them to work. They're part of the crew from now on. I'll see to it, your lordship. I dare not disturb you any longer. Student planning. Yeah, no, that's great actually. Big defense, keep me alive. Orbital shipyard. Which one has orbital shipyard? Probably Kiava. Yep. Okay, we'll grab that then. Special time for me. Some interest detected. Abandoned palace. palace. Okay.
And done.
Oh, right. I wanted to give Abelard big ol' hammer. Big ol' bonkus. Huh.
Let's seize the moment.
Oh, wait, shit, I think I have done this.
Operation successful.
There's like a creepy ass dude in here or something that... There's like a weird boss.
Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. My Auspex has detected something.
Stop. There.
Onward to victory.
Oh, good, a bunch of rotting dead corpses. Always a good sign. A lushly dressed, vaguely human-like carcass sits reclined in a massive Calixian oak armchair. Calloused, brownish blue patches cover the dead flesh, overlapping one another like snake scales. One of the hands, claws of exposed bone, supporting a grotesquely bloated face. The creature's chest remains motionless, and its eyes stay tightly closed. It is hard to say whether it is dead, asleep, or merely lying in wait. It is not dead. It is dead, but in the wrong way. It's not... I ask your permission to fix that. What? I want to leave this place right now. Sharp scales break away from the dense skin with every shot, and the creature's flesh is torn apart by countless projectiles that reduce its ugly carcass to a bloody pulp. The mutilated face, completely stripped of skin and even bone, grins at you with the demented smile of a severed jaw. The sole remaining eye hangs from a bare nerve and glares angrily, shimmering with an unnatural yellow light. Light of the throne, I had to deal with mutants both in the sewers of Footfall and in the depths of the Underhives, but this one, did you see his eyes? They burn like embers in the empty eye sockets. Do not think me a coward, Lord Captain, but I would prefer to leave this place as soon as we can. Who knows how many creatures lurk in the palace depths. The creature's flesh starts swiftly regenerating before your eyes. Within seconds, the bones are again fused together, the vessel's internal organs and nervous system grow back. The spatter of blood flows back towards the carcass, being absorbed through the exposed tissue and rapidly recovering scale-marked skin. The same creature is standing before you a moment later, but this time its fiery yellow eyes are burning with anger. I do not like playing with my food. Creature angrily shakes its chins in an effort to remember human speech, its jowls melding into its shoulders and faintly glowing ribcage. A peculiar accessory shaped like a scarab and covered in luminous vermilion glyphs has painfully lodged itself into the flesh of the creature, something that undoubtedly used to be a man. The accessory must have been a brooch at some point, but burrowed into the owner's flesh for some inscrutable reason. Yeah, time to die. I will finally taste the savory flesh again. Oh boy.
I will not die in
God,
dishonor.
that's a lot of HP. Okay. Lord, I'm gonna put you up over there, buddy.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Violation of the firing pattern detected.
I'm so sorry, Pascal. I did not mean to do that. I hit the wrong button because I'm a dumbass.
That is how it's done. Contemplate your weakness. I said, so done.
Okay. Well, that seems incredibly broken.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
Wait, what? So, okay, there it goes.
Easy.
So,
I won't do that.
okay. I'm gonna just stab the ever-loving shit out of this guy.
Didn't see that one coming, did you? Contemplate your weakness. Done and done.
Okay. Well, that wasn't too bad.
Let's set this in motion.
Death from
They
above
won't
is
expect
stupid.
this. You clearly are outmatched. That's how it's done. I know what to do. You are clearly outmatched. Easy. Done and done. Let's set this in motion. They won't expect this.
I know what to do. Easy. Let's set this in motion.
As honor ordains. Trust me. Come, the other side awaits. The undying Emperor whispers his will. As honor ordains.
They won't expect. Contemplate your weakness. That is how it's done. I know what to do. As said, so done.
You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
Running binary conflict. Request approved. The Omnisire condemns you.
Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. Indeed. At your beck and call.
Oh no.
Grey hair, your hair.
The scriptural god venerates you, machine spirit.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
A dance of blades and shadows. Killing brings me no pleasure, as the tenets demand. Death is a blessing.
Okay, that actually wasn't too bad. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy, any damage they deal is increased by 1%. Okay. So if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure this thing, like, lore-wise is evil. But if I just put it in cargo and, like, give it to someone, it's probably fine, right? I'm not wearing it. Critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line itself, including the Psyker themselves, increases critical damage by plus 1% till end of combat and stacks. Well, considering my other stuff, yeah, I think I should get that. And then, oh, I still get another thing? Yeah, we'll get both of those, because that's a lot of good critical synergy. Common trade, huh? Sure. Yeah, why not? And we'll just get some character training agility. Strength, toughness, I guess we'll go with weapon skill. Sure, why not?
Let's see this through.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Alright, let's get off this weird ass place. something here. Sorry, I was just taking care of something on another screen there. Identified anomaly. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Mistress Kybella has been apprehended by enforcers at the scene of a crime. Eyewitnesses saw her assault and kill the esteemed chirurgeon Majoris. She has confessed to the murder. The penalty for murdering a senior officer is death. However, given Mistress Kybella's honorable service and her special status, I dare not proceed without your permission. She is incarcerated and awaiting your judgment. Let me know when you are. Ooh. Report from the middle decks, Lord Captain. Immediately out of translation from the warp, there were reports on the Vox channels about black creatures appearing all over the place. Witness accounts claim they emerged straight from the shadows, and it was your pet Xenos Marazai they were interested in. They were mandrakes. They could have infiltrated the ship through the shadows. In that case, guarding the decks against every shadow. So we'll strengthen the security detail at key points on the vessel and hope the incident does not happen again. Alright, well, I guess I gotta go back to the deck and deal with the rest of the Kybella stuff. Because she's apparently been arrested. Which is not great. Fucking... Costa Sourback, bring Kybella here. Let's figure out what happened. Whee! Spinning chair! Lord Captain, a murder has been committed on the ship. The victim is one Letard Forius, Chirurgeon Majoris. The perpetrator was apprehended at the scene of the crime, admitted her guilt, and did not resist arrest. Kybella appears cold and apathetic. Her unblinking eyes stare vacantly, her expression odd. Forius clan invoked a ship's tradition and summoned a requiescator to testify on behalf of the deceased. The masked man bows stiffly and decorously. Okay. Tell me about the circumstances of the murder. The eyewitness accounts didn't give us much. The deceased and the murderer had a brief conversation, following which Mistress Kybella beheaded the Chirurgeon Majoris. The witnesses did not overhear any details of the conversation. Let us hear from the victim's representative. The esteemed Letard served this voidship and this dynasty for many years. He treated the sick and gained new knowledge as his trade commanded. He saved many, but he himself was not saved. He caused Mistress Kybella no grief. He never offended her. He merely answered her questions regarding his work, whereupon he was attacked, and so he has the right to demand a reckoning. The death of his murderer would be lawful and proportionate retribution. The heartless man did more than heal people. He maimed them too, tortured them, killed them slowly, and observed. There was another like the heartless man, a Xenos from the Dark City who lorded over flesh and oversaw unholy resurrections. They were both touched by the same corruption, that of hubris. He treated the sick and he gained knowledge. The masked head jerks up haughtily. The boots of those who walk the path of wisdom leave bloodied footprints. It is a rule that it existed long before the esteemed Letard did. Whom specifically did Furious torture? Unimportant people, common people, doomed people. This was the esteemed Letard's way of thinking. Does a doomed leper care whether the disease of the knife is causing them pain? Is the formula for a medicine that would cure distinguished officers not worth the lives of a few dozen commoners turned test subjects? With the knowledge he gained, he invented a multitude of balms, antidotes, and treatment methods that went on to save thousands of lives. I see. His methods were revolting. His methods were efficient. Only one who has never lain upon an operating table would prefer a principled healer to a competent one. I think I have learned enough. Honestly, it kind of sounds like he deserves it. Like, guy sounded like a psychopath. Boreas deserves to die. I'm not about to punish Kybella for that murder. As for his practices, they are henceforth banned on this ship. That is the Lord Captain's will, but the deceased would not call it justice. I cannot be put on trial. None have the right to judge a spinner of death. Ooh, the Vizier. Only he can judge. You have strayed from the thread. You have doomed the tenants of the blood-spun web to oblivion. What a sorry end for me, not for you, for I am compelled to to usher my apprentice's soul to the other side before it is my own time to go. Oops. Why have you come here, Vizier? To take the one who no longer sees the tenants, to give her to him. She is dangerous, to pacify her forever. Such is my duty, so it must be. Why me? Do you truly think the greatest danger to your flock is me? I never gave you permission to harm my servant, Vizier. But if you saw her the way I see her, you would. She is Tempest. She is woe. You do not want this by your side, Doman, believe me. What is happening to her? She is not herself. The second spinner is in the throes of a spiritual ailment that we call doubt. This most terrible ailment, though harmless to layfolk, is deadly to us, for a doubtful sinner will stray from their destined thread and into bloodthirsty madness. Doubt brings them to the undying one before their time. There must be our service is demanding and requires clarity and a sense of purpose that she no longer possesses. Long have I sensed the seed of anxiety in her, but I hoped her reason would prove stronger and prevail. Alas, now I see the mark of despondence on her. Alas, I know that I am not mistaken. There must be a way to help her. How would one heal the soul of another, Doman? She is fighting a losing battle inside her mind, one she has all but lost. We cannot enter her mind. We cannot reach out a hand to her. Although, you could. A thread binds the Doman and his shadow together. A rare thread. A shared thread. Will that connection be enough for your souls to enter into harmony? I must attempt to at least, I must try. Vizier turns his face towards Kybella, who seems withdrawn, her spark snuffed out. He whispers, "Then seek a steward of souls, an artisan who will put you both in a psyker's trance, allowing your minds to become one. You have a chapel full of astropaths, Doman. One of them will surely do you that service. See that their guidance is strong, for inside her soul you will encounter monsters. A doubt-ridden mind is a dangerous place." Okay. Bye. So I assume that means I gotta go to the astropaths.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Okay. How can I be of service today? How are your ghosts, Wise? Mistakes of the past no longer haunt me, not in my dreams or in reality, but I remember every single one of them. Can you put me in a trance with Kybella? I need to get inside her mind. Synchronized trance is a complex telepathic practice. Things can go awry unless both participants trust each other and have a strong spiritual connection. However, I can sense that you do. I would be honored to be your guide during the ritual, Lord Captain, but remember, it is easy to get lost in another person's thoughts. The fear of others house monsters. I am prepared for the risk. Put us in a trance. Ugh. May the God Emperor aid you, Lord Captain. Okay. Shackled mind cannot comprehend the wisdom contained herein. Therefore, repeat. He is death. Release your breath with each word. Cleanse your thoughts. He is death. Truth lies in death. Free your soul from the body's cage. Become nothing. He is death. Now that your heartbeat is a perfect line and your vision is shrouded in dusk, you have almost reached a state of purity and balance. Heed. No human will see death before their time. That is the delusion of the living. Heed. To which we say, a strong spirit can travel there and make the journey back. Heed the tale of the great Daman Balk who transcended into the kingdom of the dead to retrieve his shadow. He is death. Birth and death are one. We are snatched from a place of warmth and sent blood-covered into an unfamiliar world. Dying is the same. Oh wow, that's a long. Okay. Dying is the same. The Daman too learned this as he opened his eyes and found himself on the lower decks, lying in a cold coffin. He beheld his ship drifting through nothingness. An adamantine giant corpse, a skeleton moaning from the winds of entropy. A tempest of rust was gnawing at its plasteel bones and twisting its vein-like cables, while machine oil oozed down its bulkheads like lymph. Had the Daman been alone, he would have lost his way inside the ship's mangled bowels, but a guide reached out, a hand to him. The spirit of old Venizakari had loyally followed the Daman to the other side. In the labyrinth of the hereafter, the piercing gaze of Venizakari discerned the thorny path to the halls of death. The loyal servant swore to protect his lord. Together, the Daman and the Veni made their way up through the malformed frame of the ship. From the cold catacombs of the lower decks, they traveled up into the fires of the ship's crematorium. Tongues of flame licked at them, yet they did not burn. Columns of the dead marched towards them to be to be turned to ash in the fire. And the Daman and the Veni walked toward the dead in turn. At the great gate of the crematorium, their path was blocked by the executioner, a sentinel made of metal spikes and coiling blades, with roaring flame and pale, bleeding bodies writhing within. Such is a blade that has lost the strength of the tenets. A murderous monster no longer driven by faith, but by dark desire. The Daman saw that a fight was inevitable and... Okay, looks like I can pretty much do anything. Trusted in his nimbleness and tried to slip past the monster. Blades whirled around like a hurricane, but the Daman slipped ghost-like between them, for bloodlust lined the eye, and the Daman proved as much. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Daman's hand. It was the God Emperor, and the first doubt was dispelled. He is death. Venizakari led the Daman out of the hot furnace of the crematorium, and they walked past long columns of the dead. Frayed was their attire. Their bones scraped against their augmetics and scratched their decrepit flesh. They were moaning sorrowfully, and the sound made memory fade away. The Daman saw that the dead were carrying an ark, and inside that ark was a thing, a lost child cocooned in silk, shedding crimson tears for the unknown. The unliving carried her as servants would carry their lady, and loudly lamented their fate. Such is a blade mired in broodings over a lost past, a helpless child paralyzed by regret, lest he sink into the soft rot of their wails and perish. The Doman spoke gently to the soft child, to the lost child. Soft child? What the fuck am I? And the lost child's tears were dried, and with a meek sigh she returned to nothingness, for mercy too can be the blade that brings peace. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Doman's hand. It was the star, and the second doubt was dispelled. He is death. And the old Veni led the Doman to the upper deck, and the Doman entered into the officer's chamber. A web of veins adorned the walls, entangling the precious trophies and statues were bound in intertwining sinews. And high upon a balcony, the dismembered judge wailed as he attempted to reassemble himself with his pale hands. But his movements merely tightened the tangle of the flesh, turning the chambers into a snare. Such is a blade tangled and trapped in misunderstood teachings, a hapless creature that does not know its place in the world. In order to continue on his journey, the Doman studied the tangle of flesh for secret signs that would show him the way. And the Doman read the words and spoke them, and the judge's body began to rebuild itself to a new design, as beautiful as it was terrifying. For nothing is impossible when a soul has grasped the hidden wisdom. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Doman's hand. It was the rogue trader, and the third doubt was dispelled. He is death. The flagship bridge was draped in skulls and webs, and pale souls of the dead flocked to the foot of the throne upon which sat the undying emperor, the protector of mankind. May his praise be innumerable. Starlight shone coldly in the eyes of his skull, and the galaxy rested in his mighty hand. The Doman approached his throne and greeted him with pride and dignity. The undying emperor grinned a bony grin and cast a glance at the Doman. And at that moment, something died forever inside the Doman. For the price of arrogant pride in the face of death is always heavy, but worth its weight. Then the undying one spoke, and these words are to be preserved in your heart as the greatest of prayers, for they sprang from a source that was and is the holiest of all things. I know you, Doman. I know your heart, and the softness that dwells within it. Many who were due to pass on to me remained alive as your heart willed. But I am not angered, for they will pass on to me all the same in the end. The undying emperor, may his praises be innumerable, said no more, and it was the Doman's turn to speak. And speak the Doman did, saying that he had come to find his shadow and rescue her. The skeletal fingers stirred, and the Doman's shadow loomed out of the darkness beside his throne. She was bound in black chains and asleep. The undying one was silent. Now was the time to offer a payment, as death would give nothing away without payment in return. And the Doman promised the undying one nothing, for everything in the world is nothing, and the undying one himself is Lord of nothing. Those were true words, for everything is indeed nothing, and the undying emperor is Lord of nothing. For all things live only to turn to dust in death. The Doman's wisdom pleased the undying one. Then the undying one leant over the Doman and drove a skeletal finger right into his heart, and he pulled at the scarlet thread of his soul, and the thread trembled. Stretched to the limit, it was then that a revelation came to the Doman. A life must be paid for a life, and a name was revealed to him. Naaki Erebus. That was the life the Undying One demanded as payment. And the Doman... The Naaki Erebus. The name sounds familiar. I don't remember from where, though. Agreed to pay the price? An oath of blood was sworn, and the chains fell from the Doman's shadow, yet she remained silent and motionless. For she saw no sense in leaving the halls of death, to which the Doman told her that he had been waiting for her, had missed her, and had come to claim her and keep her. And the eyes of the Doman's shadow opened, and she replied that she too had been waiting and had missed him, that the Doman should claim her and keep her. He is death. Oh boy, okay. The Doman and his shadow left the bridge of the Undying Emperor. May his praise be innumerable, and their path was strewn with his tarot cards. Among them the Doman saw the card of the executioner, who carries out sentences and brings a violent end to that which he did not begin. Among them the Doman saw the card of the lost child, who is torn from her roots and her support, but carries with her the still hidden seeds of a promise to recover them someday. Among them the Doman saw the card of the judge, who weighs and separates guilt from innocence and passes his verdict, and they descended into the lower bays, lay down in a stone coffin, and closed their eyes. And the Doman heard the Undying Emperor's voice promising they would meet again, and soon. And thereupon their journey ended, and so it was that the Doman, having seen death before his due time, traveled there and back to bring us these tidings and wisdom. Be free of doubt as you walk along the threads of the blood-spun web, for those threads lead to him, as does all existence. He is death. Doman Balk? I spoke to the Emperor. Okay, that makes much more sense. I'm not important enough, in any sense, for that sort of shit to happen. Like, at all. It's over, Lord Captain. We are in the world of flesh again. Are you well, Kybella? Do you remember what happened? How we met death? I remember stumbling. I remember my doubt in the truth of the tenets throwing me off my feet. I remember deciding to kill, not because I had heard his whisper, but because I deemed it to be right. Death whispered my name. For a spinner without a thread is like a sky without stars. They would drown in their own soul's darkness. But you have reminded me of who I am, and that my shameful weakness must be extinguished. This Naaki Erebus is the payment of the Undying Ones. The Undying One demands the price of redemption, the price of freedom. Who is this person? Where are they from? I do not know. Help me find them, Doman. Your factotum oversees archives that contain many names. Let him find the one that death has spoken, and I will pay the price that was set. For I feel with all my essence, death of Naaki Erebus is the key, the answer to my questions.
Let's seize the moment.
Alright then.
Every moment a chance for greatness.
Back to the bridge. just check on one thing. I'll be right back. Okay. I know, I can talk to the goat. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? I must locate someone named Naaki Erebus. Find whatever information you can. The clan name is familiar. If I may ask your lordship to give me a little time, the flagship's archives being as vast as they are, I will spare no effort in finding Naaki Erebus as soon as possible. I found them, your lordship. 15 minutes, it doesn't seem... Seems like that was pretty quick, honestly. The Erebus family are a lesser Voidborn clan of the boarding profession. They have served the dynasty for many generations in the service of Her Ladyship Theodora. Erebuses showed impeccable heroism on several occasions. Unfortunately, the clan was all but wiped out 2 decades ago during a confrontation with the enemies of humanity. For their valor and sacrifice, Lady Theodora granted the surviving members of the clan noble estate privileges and the right to settle on the capital world. It's not common for Voidborn to settle on a planet. Gravity is merciless to the Voidborn, but that does not mean they are incapable of adapting to it. Living on the capital world is a reward worth putting in the effort for. And what about Naaki Erebus? The name Naaki appears in reports. At least a dozen different women bore it over centuries, but there is no data on any living person with that name. The head of the Erebus family will likely have more information about the past 2 decades of their clan's history on Dargonis. Then I must go to Dargonis. I will send the dynasty's representative on the capital world an instruction to summon the Erebus family to the palace. Okay. Okay, so I gotta go to Dargonis again. I might as well go and check this out. The Xeno device that you discovered during your time away. Ever since your return, the tech priests have been making every effort to comprehend the nature of the mysterious technology, and they have succeeded to an extent. After many rituals and pleas to the machine god, they awakened the Xeno artifact. For but a moment, it produced a holographic copy of a planet and coordinates that matched a location in Langren's belt. Perhaps you wish to see with your own eyes what this destination holds. Might as well. Riots over the interpretation of scripture have broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting for the agents of the cult of the Final Dawn, the ecclesiarchy began reigning in the minor cults, attempting to force upon them the correct adherence to the creed. The commoners whisper of oppression of the minor cults, even daring to claim that the holy pastors have assumed the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. Many of the disgruntled flee to the ruins of the Scipione hive, since the Foreman clan has promised protection and support. It is even said that the Foreman supply the rebels with weapons converted from industrial equipment in case of large-scale clashes. Got it. Okay, well, let's... Let's see, so... Book of Minor Prayers... allies gain awareness divided by 10, critical hit chance. That's pretty good. Allies gain plus 15 or Imperium. I think this is probably the best. Now they are the makers of their own future. The spinners' instructions fell on fertile ground. The congregations of the sects rallied and began to smash the gathering places of their saintly prosecutors. Fear forced the priests to cease repressions, and before long new doctrines similar in philosophy to the blood-spun web began to grow among the minor cults. The agents of the ecclesiarchy, having been reminded of who truly rules Dargonis, have grown quiet. They have instead tried to win the schismatics' trust without further saber-rattling, by promising labor concessions for those who would abandon the minor cults and renounce the schismatic teachings. Okay, cool. What the hell was I doing here again? I guess this is where the beacon is. Sure, I'll take that, I guess. And I'll go meet these pirates. Several pirate raiders are trying to catch up with the cruiser, fruitlessly firing salvos at it from their macro cannons. The officers of the Augur crew report they're chasing the elusive Contempt. It's a legendary pirate flagship that has been plundering cargo ships around the expanse for several hundred years, masterfully evading patrols and escaping unpunished with the loot. Shelby, the proto-speculator, the elusive Contempt's captain, addresses you via Vox. In a cheerful, almost affectionate tone, he thanks you for the high-grade resources mined by the Von Valancius extractiums, and also for your invaluable assistance in his escape. As soon as Shelby finishes his speech, the elusive Contempt swiftly enters the warp, and a powerful salvo intended for his vessel explodes against your void ship shields instead. Asshole.
Triumph awaits us.
Okay. There's the elusive Contempt. And if I recall correctly, it just fucks off pretty immediately. So I'm not gonna bother wasting my fucking time on that. That's a lot of pirate ships. I guess I'll...
Helmsman, Launch torps! Destination locked in.
Oh, I'm in range now? Or no? No, no. And it's gone.
Deploy torpedoes! Let the enemy burn! Adjust heading. Macro cannons, volley! Direct our course. Purify the battlefield! Commence lance fire! Helmsman, follow my command.
Oh, you can go over torpedoes without setting them off? Huh. I did not know that. I just love how excited he is when he says torpedoes. Torpedoes!
Engage the lance batteries! Initiate the barrage! Macro cannons, volley! Destination locked in. Commence lance fire!
Oh, damn it. And it's gone.
Unrivaled as always.
Ah, well, it's okay. Alrighty. Well, I think I'm gonna end stream a little bit early just because my throat is kind of getting tired of talking. But as always, thanks for hanging out. And I'll be back at it again tomorrow. Finally, just happy to be back in, you know, actually playing the game and being in space as opposed to Camera, which can suck a big old fat dick. But yeah, that'll do it for the stream.